The snowball. The snowball is rolling. It's getting bigger. As snowballs do. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? We're going to talk about the snowball a little bit today. We're going to take a good look at it. At least in the form it's in right now. I hope you guys are ready. Let's do this. Visibility, I would have thought, wow, I would have thought you would know this by now. That the stream always starts with a very scuffed and awkward, disembodied voice. You know? Where's... Hold on. Here we go. So what's up? Welcome to you all. Albatross, good to see you. With the first. Albatross with the first. Black Fox in the house. Cut off your head. We've got Kurgan Gray. Jay Rickardson. Welcome. Snuck. Yo, Joppa, I was just on Twitter. We have a lot to talk about. We do. Black Lotus. Good to see you. Velkinks. Erondite. Or Erondite? I like it. Dilbo Bagskin. Dosey. Welcome. Alinar. Tanhawk. Steve Fence. Mordred. Visibility. Welcome to you all. Good to see you. Dosey says, I just accidentally hit a truck loaded with electric guitars. Luckily, it was just a fender bender. That's deep. Hey, Black Lotus. Bro, thank you so much. With the 5 gifted subs. 5 gifted subaroonies. Thank you so much, Black Fox. That is awesome. Thank you. Grats to... Wait, where'd my little... Oh, there it is. Grats to you all on your freshly blasted ads. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Black Fox. Thank you. Dosey, thank you for that. The official Pantheon Reddit site is open to the public. Yes. So if you were not aware, we just launched our own official Pantheon Reddit. Now, if you're like me, I will probably continue to visit the unofficial Pantheon Reddit, at least as long as it continues to exist. But I do think it's good for us to have, like other game studios and other projects, a little bit more of a curated, enjoyable subreddit. For I would say the majority of people to be helped and talked about the game and various things. So pretty cool to see that go up. and the link is floating around in Discord. So, you know. But that's exciting. Head over there, check it out. They've already got a little bit of content on there, I think, and it's steadily growing, so yeah. My lord, it's coming on thick. I know, we're going to talk about that in just a second. We also just put up the web content calendar. The December web content calendar. Guys, you've heard me talk about the snowball. I even put it in my title today, at least on Twitch. This is a big part of it, okay? We've been dancing around, you know, we've been kind of trickling and tickling around, talking about things a little bit. But what this, well, let's go ahead and look at it together here. What this graphic represents is the schedule, essentially, of deep dev blogs, similar to the Mountain Taming one we just put out, but probably even deeper, to pretty much explain like everything in detail of how all of these upcoming things are going to work. So let's walk through these together, okay? This is very important. It's very important because you guys need to know and be prepared. You need to have your little, you know, the hamster wheels turning, processing this stuff. Starting on Monday, the 8th, December 8th, we have our combat and progression update overview, which is kind of the opening salvo of really painting a picture for everything that is impending. And then, of course, you know, we'll mention several things in that first one that we're going to go into greater detail in subsequent days. So, for example, like on the 9th, the next day, we have the unified NPC template. So we're going to be going down into detail on what the change is, how it's going to work, why we're doing it, what you can expect, so on and so forth, all that stuff. Then we've got combat formula updates. The next day we've got kill credit and NPC spawning, and the next day we've got leveling progression updates where we're going to talk about, you know, changes we're making to experience gain, and again, the details of how that's going to work. You've heard us kind of talk about it a lot, kind of paint broad brush pictures. This is all about the nitty gritty. Then the following week, we've got skill progression and techniques. This is a big one. It's a really big one. And it's going to set the stage really well for the 17th, where we break down the upcoming mastery system. And in many ways, that mastery blog is going to pull from and rely on a lot of things we talk about in the days leading up to that to fully kind of capstone all of this progression in combat and class and character development related stuff. It's going to be a big one. Then the next day on the 18th, we've got crafting progression and difficulty. So that's another really big one that I know a lot of people are really eager to hear kind of what's in store for crafting and gathering and all the updates coming to that system. And then on the 22nd, we've got the player market, economy controls, and itemization with a roadmap update. A very substantial, robust roadmap update. So that roadmap update is going to be the thing that gives you guys the kind of you know, we're going to talk about all this stuff in detail, and then when that roadmap hits, you're going to be able to know, when is all this stuff coming? Like, when is this going to happen? And that's going to be awesome. So yeah. Sweet, sweet Christmas morning. My goodness. It's a sweet, sweet Christmas morning. Hopefully it'll be something that will feel a little bit like a, I don't know, little holiday gift. There's going to be a lot to chew on. A lot to chew on. So, but the really cool thing, the exciting thing, is with all of these updates and with all of these changes, and we'll get even more clear about this in on December the 8th with the opening blog, but the sum of these changes is going to essentially put us into our 1.0 shape when it comes to, I mean, it's still a lot of world to build, right? And still a lot of content to create. But when it comes to, like, the foundation of our classes, when it comes to combat, progression, skills, you know, difficulty and NPC interaction, leveling, the mastery system, even things like economy controls and player market, things like mail, auction house, these things that you guys are very keen on. The sum of these things, and then as we implement these things, which is going to be, you know, we're going to be cooking to get these things in. That's going to be kind of our 1.0 shape when it comes to this stuff. There's a few things that aren't mentioned in here. So obviously, like, when we put the roadmap out, you guys will get more detail on, you know, things like the summoner update that we're working on right now, and you know, any other classes, kind of what classes are next, and a little bit of forecasting there on what to expect. And then, you know, we'll be layering in updates on other things like item visuals, character art, you know, things like, I mean, yeah, there's still, I see you there, Finn. Things like that. You know, obviously it's not all inclusive, but it's a very, very significant step to getting the game in that kind of final form for a lot of its systems. And I think it's I mean, man, it's going to be amazing. I mean, yeah, I can't wait. The way we're going to be able to talk and think together starting on the 22nd of December, once all of this has kind of been poured out, I cannot wait. Can't wait. I want to finish, though, saying hello. So also Blobkins, welcome. Alberto, Sergio, good to see you all. Dennis, what is up, Dennis? Mike Hood. My snowballs are tingling. Roger, welcome. Deaver, good to see you all. Redfin Pike. Skyzone, Eden. We'll talk about a little bit about that too, Eden. We're gonna open up a little bit about our thoughts on that here in the context of all this. So, yeah. Not to mention, very, I don't know. This graphic is actually giving you a little taste of some of the Badia de Cara type things. So, you know, just a little embedded bean. A little embedded bean. AK with the 7-stream streak. That is awesome. Very cool, AK. Very cool. So cool. Yeah. There it is. The snowball is rolling. It picks up speed. It's growing. It's exciting. So we'll be talking more about that soon. As for today, I'm so high right now, no idea how I got here. Well, you know what they say. I don't actually know what they say. I'm just assuming someone has said something relevant about it at some point. Hey, what's up, Nicodemus? Good to see you. Gronzik, welcome. What's up, Spoon? Homer Cleese. Good to see you. Is the green screen out of place? It is, yeah. It's just chilling over there, kind of kind of wide swung. Here we go. I'm gonna be so glad when I don't have to worry with this curtain anymore. I have a painted wall. It's gonna be painted green. No, you can't see my tax reports. You could see one of the containers that there may be some of that in, maybe, but other than that, yeah. So will we expect ongoing updates like that in the future, like as we roll up into patch dates? I think the roadmap is going to kind of revolutionize the way you guys are able to think about what we're doing and kind of your expectations and your understandings. So in a sense, hey, look, there's Fifalo. I don't know if you guys haven't had a chance yet. I uploaded the first 5 levels of Fifalo's journey, the new Halfling Warrior. It's up on YouTube. It's an actual like YouTube video, so it's not under live. It's under the normal section. But give that a watch if you are interested. We're not going to be running Fifalo today, but I do want to do a live stream with the Warrior. Probably do another off-stream video with Fifalo for the next entry, and then probably starting next week we'll definitely do a live stream on the Warrior once we get a few more levels going. The plan for today, hey Brute, by the way, yeah, I'm so glad you're here. Very cool. I know that there are other game devs who do streams like this. Some of them are more game devy, some of them are more like in this case, and I've done a lot of game devy streams. I do plan to do some where we look at specific mechanics or, how something's developing or talk about, actual game updates. Like mounts, for example, I was considering doing a little bit of a mount showcase today, but I think I'm going to wait till next week for that one as well, because there's a few more things that I think will just tighten it up a bit where it'll be ready to show a little bit more than it is right now. Yeah. If you've seen the video, you know that it was really cool. It was really cool. Seriously, like it was really cool. It was really fun. Joseph, thank you so much. Joseph, for the membership, I appreciate that very much. So the plan for today is we're going to start on Daggers because in my addiction, I have been playing off stream, unchronicled. Got really close. Well, I should say really. I got about halfway through this bubble on the way to 18. Then I decided, you know what? I'm going to go back and get my corpse from Wild's End. Died twice doing that. Did get it. I literally had to pull up my Twitch stream where I died the last time and retrace my steps using that stream to figure out where I died. So that was fun. Died twice. But I am further along towards 18 than I was at the end of the stream, so I wanted to go ahead and finish this level out. Then we will be hopping over to the Necromancer, and we will finish on the Necromancer today. But that's the plan as it stands right now. My audio is off. There we go. You're a fan of the Game Dev Journey streams? Thanks for doing those. Nice. Yeah. Yeah. Are you going to go through all the classes like you have with the 3 classes so far? I am. I do plan to. But I think the current 3 are going to be the 3 for a little while because I want to take them... I need to take them far enough to where I can really feel and speak for... My goal, for example, would be level 30. If I can get every class to level 30, it's still not fully representative of, a lot of the pain points and some of the feedback that we hear from obviously higher level players. And some people would say, well, if you're not going to experience the final 20 levels, then you're really not going to know. But I think there's going to be intense benefit to getting as many of the classes to that point as I can. And then who knows? Like, we may do some spot testing after that for things up, you know, up 30 plus, where we, you know, set level and give gear. And by the time I hit 30 with a class, I'm going to feel much more comfortable playing that class, at least at a higher level, even if I skip some levels. So we might end up doing that. Do you consider your YouTube viewers as your elite older millennials Praetorian Guard? Great question. I have not thought of them that way yet, but now that you put it that way, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense. What's up, Super Trash Garbage? So I do expect you guys to stay, you know, in shape, highly disciplined, you know, sharp on all of your skills. It's, yeah, I'm glad we could get on the same page there. So yeah. Why not treat the classes you are playing equally, say, by three to 5 level increments? Because I'm kind of going with my gut. I'm kind of just playing as I feel kind of energized to play. Yeah. Playing as I feel energized to play. So, I mean, to some extent, like I am like jonesing on the Warrior right now. That was such an amazing play session that I'm really eager to keep going. But I'm also really excited about getting level 18 for the Rogue, because I get upgrades to Waylay, Shadow Step, upgrade to Corrosive Brew. I get that much closer to being able to potentially to do Black Rose Keep in the Harathana camp. I'm also really excited about the Necromancer, because out of all three, it's the class right now that I feel the most personal, like, interest in. Like, I'm loving all of them, but there's this like little bit of a lead that Necro has in just the kind of the hooks that it has in me right now. And I'm about to get the Nightbane robe, so it's like if I keep adding, if I try too much to keep them right together, I feel like I might burn out if I did that. I need to kind of make sure that I'm properly stoking the flame of each one, so that I stay like as high energy as possible about all of them, you know? Which is why, for example, why I'm not just jumping on the Necro right now, because I don't want to too quickly satisfy that energy. I want to kind of let it stoke, let it grow. So yeah, all right, let's figure out what we're doing here. We are wandering. What I'd like to do is get back. I think I'd like to get back over to hey, Super Trash. Hey, Joppa, I reunited with my old guildies Ektrith and Doves to set up some playtime this weekend. I'm excited. Nice. Or Elkirth. Ektirth. I think I got it there. Ektirth. That's awesome, Super. That's super. I'm glad to hear that. Glad indeed. Okay. Is there... let me... Actually, what did I do this for? I did this so I could see if there was anybody who could port. Should we try to make the run to AVP on foot? Should we try that? What do you guys think? The Wickershire, yeah, I love the zone. Like, you know, there's definitely needs some work, but it is one of my favorites. I mean, both visually, but also I don't know. Hey, see this right here? If you know, you know. Okay? If you know, you know. Hey, Steve, that would be sick. Yes, I will take the port. I will. I will take it. Hey, Joppa Stupid Work has me in a 3-hour meeting, but want to say hi. What's up, Runelinks? Thanks for stopping in. Oh. Alanar's going to get it, Steve. Oh, let me, I'm going to move my camera up here too so you guys can actually see. Let's go like right there or something. Up there. Just like right there. Right there. I was really enjoying, by the way, leveling to 18 in Avendir's Pass on those orcs. And that is where I'm headed back to. What's left to do in this zone? Oh, well, I mean, there's a lot of lore / verisimilitude to be done in this zone. There are kind of a minor POI, minor camp pass. For sure. Especially when we unify the NPCs. I mean, basically, the best way I could describe it, the reason that I love the orcs in AVP is, and I'm just gonna say it, like, I went with my gut, and it was about 50% my gut and 50% you guys saying, you know, it would be great if in some of these, you know, at the time, some of these group-based POIs and content areas, if there were solo NPCs kind of around the perimeter where you had ways to engage even by yourself or with a small group and could easily kind of roll over into actual groups that are there doing the group content. And what that led to was a much more spread out layout, if you will, where there's rooms every time I go there. There's like, you know, people soloing, there's people duoing, and then there's like at least a group up where kind of the main camps are, and it's awesome. Like, it's chill, it's cool, and once again, the orcs are itemized in a way where there's some incentive, like there's some excitement to be had, you know. So it just feels really good, and I feel like if we take that same idea and as we go through some of these zones retrospectively and build some of that in. So imagine the Feralings, for example. Like, you have like the really concentrated Feraling camps, but then you also have like fanning out from that, like little pockets of Feralings that are easier to take on by yourself or with like a duo. Do the same thing with the jungle goblins, like the Morvaki. That's why I gravitate towards that area. And I remember yesterday when I was trying to get my corpse back, I was killing a few of them, and I was like, man, I wish the jungle orcs were like this. Like, if the jungle orcs were like this, then it would be so cool to be able to hop over to do them. And kind of in that same way, like crawling through the area, finding them here and there. But then you've got your, you know, little clusters where it's a little bit more challenging. You would need it. It reminds me of, if any of you are familiar with like East Common Lands, which, you know, why would any of you be familiar with East Common Lands? But if you're familiar with East Common Lands and you ever did any of like the little orc camps there, you had little orcs you could pick off that were roaming in between the camps. You had orcs around the perimeter, but then you had your groups, or at least your duo, trio, if not a full group, camp in the actual cluster. And it's so reminiscent of that, and it works so well. And we've got a couple of good examples of it in game so far. So the question of what's left to do in those zones, a lot of it is kind of coming through and taking what we've learned and what we're seeing and what we're experiencing as like, this feels really good, and imbuing that into the zones a little bit more. So it's not like you go here and then you go here, and then you go here, and you have to be in a group every time you want to do anything that, anything that's progressional. I don't know why I'm so animated today. Anyway. I think you guys get it. I think you get it. Eleanor, thank you so much. This is a placeholder, isn't it? We don't... This is like the only alpha primitive NPC that we have in the game. Or one of the only ones. That's gotta be a placeholder. Jackrabbit, that's right. That's right. Yeah, Gen X, I think we could stand to increase the spawn timer a little bit, respawn timer a little bit in like large open areas like that for sure. Hey, it's diddly-doo! Diddly-doo! There he is. Diddly-doo. Yeah, let's run to... Check out now that I got the new harvesting sickle, by the way. I didn't get a dagger, but I got the new harvesting sickle. Check this out. Speedy. Speedy. Oh, Dennis. Dennis. So, there's a little place called Seville Manor. And Seville Manor is kind of our nod to Unrest, or it will be. It will make the, I think I was talking about that on the last stream, actually. The current, like, Spirit Manor, I think we'll end up using that more like, a kind of a reusable POI that you would find in various places around the world, and the layouts would be a little different in each place. Some of them might have like a basement, some of them might have multiple stories. But when you think Unrest, Seville Manor is going to be... That's the place. I'm going to bind outside Dimmoth. Yeah, the Seville Manor art was really good. As a matter of fact, hold on. I want to see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. Dude, I love Brett's art. It's so good. Okay, let's see. Sorry, it's taking a second. Okay. Yeah, if you haven't seen these before, you'll probably be in for a little treat. In for a little treat. So, yes, Seville Manor. We're going to take a look at a few of the concepts that we have for Seville Manor, because it is absolutely one of the places that I think, I know I am, and I think a lot of us on the team, and probably a lot of you guys are one of the more exciting potential places. What's the official minus pronunciation for Seville? So, I can only say it once. Because it's that difficult to say. Probably my favorite right here. There's something about a guy being like pinned to his bed with a sword through his chest that I don't know. Just kind of does it. Kind of hits. What I love about Brett as well is he does this 2D concept art, but then he's also got some pretty amazing 3D art skills as well. And so if we go back to, I think the first image, yeah, with this gazebo. So he's got this gazebo kind of drawn out, concepted, but then he's like, hey guys, went ahead and went into Blender and kind of mocked something up. It's like, okay, cool. Yeah, that's helpful. So yeah, Seville Manor, Hedge Maze, Haunted Mansion, all kinds of secrets, twists, turns, ups, downs, ins, outs. The whole 9 yards, as they say. Very excited. Joppa just rolled a new warrior. Alt ended up naming him Verisimilitude. Yeah, okay. Cool. Gives Ravenloft meets Unrest vibes. I know. That's actually a great description. Yeah, I'm super excited. What level range are you guys thinking for the manor? Well, you know what I mean? So, I was watching it work until the end of the shift, and then went home past streams. It might have been after that you showed it. Wait. Oh, the basement levels. Oh. Yeah. I'll probably make a little short showing that off, honestly. Kajek, I'm sorry. I was being silly and didn't actually respond really to your question. What level ranges is still TBD for that area, because with the Unified NPC pass coming up, we'll be kind of probably recalibrating a few things, and we will cross that bridge when we come to it. But I mean, it probably won't start as early as Unrest did. Like Unrest, you could technically get in and, do some work on like death beetles and stuff for a bit. But I do think we will probably follow a similar approach to having, like, since we will have like a basement floor and we will have multiple floors, we'll probably have a similar paradigm as Unrest did, where you've got kind of that lower kind of mid-range section, and then you've got like a more of a higher mid-range, high range section kind of a thing in different spots. And the stone gargoyles, yeah. Verisimilitude sounds like a pasta shape. I mean, hold on a second. I need to do what I did on my warrior. Reset the UI. Because I don't like the experience bar being as small as it was. Then... something like that. Doesn't have to be perfect. And then these are just, they're just too big. That's fine. Do probably that. No, we'll do this. And then we'll get the offensive target where it needs to go. Anyway, sorry about that. I actually don't need that on this character, so rid of it. What's up, 70? Yeah, we're actually gonna finish out level 17 on the rogue first, and then we're hopping over to the necro. Am I going to the Whisperwind Asps? Absolutely not. Always like the multi-level dungeons. Mix those high levels in with low levels. It's fun to have a high-level group. High-level guy run past your group, maybe help him out. Yeah, it is. Yeah. That's one of my favorite memories, or kind of my favorite kind of memory archetypes from EQ, are those moments where you'd see somebody really high level, they'd look really cool, and you started developing your own little power fantasy, you know? Skeptic. Nice. 3-stream streak. Sick. Your warrior video thumbnail, I feel like you are staring into my soul. If I had one, since I'm a ginger, sorry for what you see there instead. Hey, it's okay. We don't need to talk about it. It's okay. What you know. Yeah. Yeah, Kajak, I wish you could too, and you will. You will. Let's drop off stuff we definitely don't need. We are ready to go. Guys, we have full bags on this character, just so you all know. In case anyone was wondering. We have full bags. Thanks, Jack. Finally weaned myself off of the fire emojis. As an artist myself, those concepts are beautiful. They are beautiful. They really, really are. I like Brett's art. They're not like overly complex and detailed, but they are enough to kind of get the point across. And it makes him really fast. Like, he's a really fast concept artist. It's a really cool style. I like it a lot. All right, let's bind. Yes. Thank you. And now we're off. The hedge maze calls to me. Yeah, the hedge mazes, they do something, you know? They do something. We talked yesterday, I think it was, about how dark the game has gotten. I was complaining. From personal experience, I was complaining. Like, guys, it's like Vanta Black at night out there. I'm trying to run, trying to find my corpse in Wild's End, and it's nighttime and raining. I mean, enough said, right? Okay, hello. Oh, because I was behind him. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Yeah, lucky indeed. That sent a jolt of fear down my spine. Ooh. Oh. Who in their right mind would run out in the night to find corpses? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who would do that. Blase, because I can't help it. You guys know. If I see a skeleton, it's gotta die. It's because we need to get our lighting fully dialed in before we really go hard on light sources, because we can't keep being in this position where it's like, you know, we don't even have global illumination fully implemented yet. We still have other aspects of lighting that the newer Unity versions we've upgraded to allow us to take advantage of, which we're not fully yet. So there's still a little bit more to get done to really finalize the lighting consistently across the board. And we want to do that before we go hard on light sources, because we don't want to have to redo light source work. So it's just kind of a PETA at the moment. Okay, the runes thing. What do you mean? Like, I feel like on Chansey and Beanseeker, I feel like I remember the consensus being more like runes aren't that important. Any thoughts on increasing range on tab target sensitivity? Yeah, I would like that myself. Oh my. I love the way these guys look at night though. Seriously cool. Seriously cool. The little kind of like throat glow. I kind of want to kill that thing, but I feel like that would be really dumb. Actually, no, it wouldn't. What am I saying? I'm a rogue. Come on now. I'm taking this guy down. What am I saying? Of course he would walk up the hill. Hey, how you doing? That's what I was afraid of. That's what I was afraid of, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Run! It's not okay. Well, you know, you live and you learn. You live and you learn. It's okay, I'm a rogue. Famous last words. I mean, I should have been able to do that. I should have been able to do that. That right there, that was a perfect example, honestly, of, well, a couple of things. I don't know. Nighttime, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe I shouldn't have done it. You just don't have the same situational awareness at nighttime, at least especially right now, because it's basically like a wall of Vanta Black all around you. But here's... Wait, did he do a Tarsal Flurry on me before I fell? Yes, twice. Okay. Well, never mind. I shouldn't speak. Oh. Okay. Well, let me ask you guys this, okay? Because, you know, the cloak's off. Like, I'm a very mid-core player, you know? When I'm not streaming. When I'm streaming, it's more like, you know, does this guy play video games at all? And this is going to sound silly. Maybe. But what can we do to make it easier to tell that you're getting tarsal flurried in the face? Because when I ask, like, did the spider use tarsal flurry on me before I fell down, I asked because I genuinely didn't know. Well, when you say pay attention, like... Oh yeah, no, Nicodemus, I mean, part of the whole... the reason I'm doing these play sessions is partly because of the development insight and having a you know, ear to the ground, boots on the ground feel and reference point. Part of it, and the reason I'm streaming it instead of saving myself the embarrassment, because I could have easily continued to, you know, kind of like played myself off as some kind of like amazing, you know, MMO player. I could have kept that mythos intact. The reason that I have chosen to completely throw that off and be like, hey, you know, here's the truth, is specifically so that people who are more like this can see how the game is being played, and so that I can have and experience a lot of the same pain points. Because I do think I represent a larger population of MMO players than people probably think. So, anyway. I think one of the things I do think will help, because right now, I don't know if you guys feel this, but right now, with how spiky damage can be, we've talked about this quite a bit in, you know, talking about the snowball and the upcoming, like, combat articles and blogs and progression blogs and things like that. One of the things that we've talked a lot about is obviously pacing, time to kill, you know, how all these things work and what they're set to currently. And one of the things we want to do is cut down on how spiky damage can often be. That, you know, some of the some of the moments where Pantheon feels not as good as it could feel to me is when you go from 100 to 0 so fast, and like faster than you can really kind of process. So I think that's part of it. I think that's part of like what makes it easy to miss things like that, because there's a little bit of a franticness, at least by yourself, which is interesting. But we also talked, actually yesterday, we had a pretty lengthy discussion about, because with mounts coming in, and the way that will kind of change some of the movement paradigm in the game. We were discussing movement speed and unmounted movement speed and things like that, and we got on the topic of sprint and kind of like the whole idea of getting away from NPCs, getting away from mobs, escaping. It was a really interesting discussion. I'm honestly curious. I feel like that would be something you guys would probably have a lot to say, you know, because I would absolutely put that aspect of Pantheon's, I don't know, its DNA kind of incomplete. I don't know. I don't know if I'm making sense in that statement, but like right then, okay, I'm fighting the cultist. Probably not the best example, because the cultist can nuke me at range and burn me down pretty quick if I was trying to run away from it. So it may not be the best example. There are going to be some NPCs where it's like, unless you're the kind of class that has very specific answers to some of these things, like ranged spells and stuff, you're probably not going to have a good time getting away. But there are a lot of situations where you find yourself, like I just did there, where I'm fighting something else engages, or maybe I'm fighting something and the thing I'm fighting is like, I'm not going to win. There's like no way to get away. And I don't really like that. Like sprint, and what I brought up in the meeting yesterday is like, you know, sprint ultimately is intended to be much more of a tactical type thing. Right now it's being used primarily for travel. Like you sprint around because you move faster and you can sprint for a reasonably long time, and so it's kind of people just use it to get around faster. But sprint ultimately is meant to be more of a tactical thing. So it's like in that situation there, I decided to sprint. You know, think of sprint being probably 50% faster than it is currently, but it drains your endurance a lot faster, and then it takes longer to build back up. So you can at least put some distance in between you and something, because right now, by the time you realize like I should probably run, you take one or two more hits and it's not possible. You learn that certain mob types are bad. As soon as the spider rolled up, it was time to start thinking escape. Spiders equals bad. And I do like that. I do like that there are certain mob types that are like, oh, these are really scary. I remember in EQ, like the darkweed? The darkweed snakes? And like the asps and stuff. You kind of learned like these have really bad poison, so avoid. No, don't walk back over here. Whew. Is he gonna walk into my trap? No, okay, good, good, good. Good. If I knew that, I wouldn't have engaged there. I mean, that's true. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. That's why I have you guys here, so you can kind of help me realize how I'm wrong. Okay. I want to be full health. We've got to get some visuals on rogue traps, like just something, even just a slight little particle effect, just tiny little motes, like kind of something where it's like you can just more easily tell and remember where you placed it. At least for people like me. Maybe you all never forget where you placed it. It's probably despawned by now anyway, but... up here. Make good money here too. I mean, the orc bones and stuff sell really well. It's not so much that we want to make escape even more guaranteed. That's definitely not it, because again, but at the same time it's like, why shouldn't you be able to escape? Yeah, Dennis, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Hey, what's up, Wolfgar? Oh yeah, I mean, a lone rogue in EQ, that was not good. It's just, the issue is like, even calling for help, like, you just die too fast. You die too fast to really have many options. Your window to actually, like... It's one thing to say, spiders are really scary, so just don't engage here. Don't engage this. And that's okay. Like, I think there's a place for that. That's fine. But it's another thing when... If that's the only lever, if that's like the only lair, then, you know, again, the game world kind of starts to constrain where it's like you just can't do this. So you just stay away from it. Instead of like, I think I'm going to try to fight one of these. It's like, no, you just don't. You just don't do it because you're going to die. I think there's got to be a little bit more of a, I don't know, a middle ground between what we've got right now and where it could be. Because again, the question I would pose is why shouldn't you be able to escape or attempt to flee? Now, like I said, just let me play it. To some extent, it's going to depend on what you're fighting. So if something's like the cultist there, I don't expect to be able to, at 50% health, say, you know what, I need to get away from this thing, so I'm just gonna run. And then, you know, you're literally outrunning their fireballs and whatnot. But I have gotten aggro from one of those cultists at aggro range, and immediately without engaging tried to run away from it and outrange it and couldn't, and have died because just by the thing taking notice of me, like, that was it. There was nothing else that could be done because I could not run away far enough and fast enough from it to actually get out of range of its casts. And that just seems... You either have escape mechanisms and you kind of embrace them or not, you know? Well, Galen, to a degree, but there were plenty of times where I outran without Sao a Desert Madman in Oasis. Now, granted, I was strafe jump running, but there were plenty of times where I made it to the zone line and survived. In Pantheon, if you aggro a casting NPC, you're dead. Unless you can kill it and you're actively engaging with it to kill it. If you aggro it and you didn't mean to and you're trying to get away, you're dead. Look, I mean, like, the kids can't see anything. Like, this is not, this isn't even immersive nighttime, really. Like, this is so dark. Like, advanced darkness. Turn shadows off. I mean, let's see what that looks like. I don't know if you guys are seeing what I'm seeing, but there's some thick shadows. Here's some thick shadows. Wait. Time change. Yep. Yep. Let's, well, actually, we could stay around right here. Stay around here. Mm-hmm. Well, let's try it. Let's take wall climber off. Let's put, let's run with caltrops and see. How does these work again as far as targeting goes? Is it just... Okay, yeah, so it's still a click to place type deal. Hello? Hello? Okay. Okay. Yeah, the root blocking line of sight. The little root finger here. Oh, well, it's actually, there's something's off with the collision on this tree, actually. Look how far out the collision goes. That's what was blocking it. Hmm. That's not good. Why does this thing have such massive collision around the base? I can see. Yeah. Oh, hello. Who's being sneaky? What do you guys use to help your, like, do you have a go-to thing for, like, health regen when you're resting in between fights? YouTube. I mean, it's a good answer. No. It happened again, the tree. The tree. Don't backstab me. Okay, here we go. Woo! Man, I need 2 opportunities to use that. That's so frustrating to not have the ability to use that. Burgomeister, thank you so much for the tier 1. Appreciate that. You showed up and subbed at a good time. Peak. Guys, our experience bar is moving backwards. I don't like that feeling. We gotta lock in. We gotta lock in. I know, it's gone. I mean, I don't know, like, it's just... When nighttime is that intense... Like, on one level, it is cool. Like, it's cool, because it's scary. But I don't know that it should go as far as, like... When it's nighttime, you kind of just want to not do anything. If you stop dying, you'll stop going backwards. Thank you, Dosi. I have not thought of that. And just let me play to your point, to play devil's advocate to your point earlier, because it is a decent point. Like, when people, you know, tune in and they're seeing Pantheon for the first time, they're kind of like ingesting the idea of it. There is a lot of initial like resonance with a dark, scary, kind of immersive nighttime, but when you actually play, I wonder, I mean, I don't know, I just wonder how many people would say, like, I really like not being able to see anything at night. Like, I'm all for nighttime being dangerous. Even to the degree that, you know, we have unique spawns and events and certain things at night that makes it even more dangerous. But it's another thing when it's like, I literally can't see. There's a wall of black, you know? The ratio of dark to light, it's 59 minutes of daytime and 29 minutes of nighttime. Mm-hmm. My first TQ experience was at nighttime. Losing my corpse of what I found out was crush bone later. You know, respectfully, I wouldn't call it an announcement of an announcement. This is the announcement of like a pocket of time, like a what is it, 10-day, 12-day pocket of time where we are blitzing like system reveals. Not fifth flowing? No, I'm not fifth flowing. I am trying to hit level 18 on my rogue so that I can play my Necromancer. Yeah, Krychek, it's a wait till the 17th because just like we did with the mounts and taming article, blog, whatever you want to call it, these will go into intense and excruciating detail on how everything is going to work and look and the implications of everything. So all the little hinting around the mastery system we've been doing on streams and whatnot, come the 17th, you guys will know it as well as we do. I don't know why it's happening, Gwimchim, but we are definitely aware of it. All right, come on, we gotta lock in. We've got to lock in. Come on, come on. I want to speed the process up a little bit too. I don't really use the. I'm not going to use, as sad as it makes me, I don't think I'm going to use the Sinister Strikes into Shadowfall. Maybe I should use Sinister Strikes, just not Shadowfall. Right now it just feels like it slows everything down, and I don't like that feeling. Any plans for communication across shards? Well, okay, so first of all, in just full disclosure, I don't know. It's not a conversation I've had. I really don't know what the tech lift or implications of that would be. So it's something that I can try to remember to ask. I don't know if you guys have, raised it in Discord or whatever. That might be a good question to ask. I don't know what the answer has been, if there are. But knowing that shards are going to be going away eventually, and I'm not sure with just the server architecture and the shard situation in general. I don't know that it's going to be seen as worthy of the effort with the fact that it's a temporary thing in the first place. So, but I really don't know. I will try to remember to ask. Blackberries. I definitely understand the desire for it, for sure. And where are the orkies? You didn't get a notification I started streaming? What? Well, you should have, because I did. All right, let's try this out. We're gonna go straight up. Sinister. Never mind. I guess I need to be a little patient so I can avoid situations like this. Let's actually get our decoy up. If we don't use Shadowfall, then honestly it's probably okay to just... Okay. Trying to understand what's the issue with See, in my mind, shards are actually what fragment the player base. Not having shards. Oh, you can't. Okay, got it. That's what I was missing. Yeah, not being able to communicate across shards. That would do it. That explains it. I get it. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, sorry to like hard change the subject, but look, I don't have any earrings. I don't have a necklace. I only have one ring. I really want some jewelry. I have 1 gold, 60 silver. How much? I know I can't afford like the max tier jewelry, but how much would like a pair of earrings and a necklace set me back? My enchanter is a jewelry crafter, but I haven't like really, like, you know, I haven't really done anything with it. I'm looking for stuff that's like, you know, I don't know, like +2s. At least, like +2 stuff. Missing. Hold on, I'm gonna close my door real quick. Yeah, I need to eat stat food. What else do I need to do? Still good on toxin. Might as well go ahead and refresh though. Just so we don't forget. Go make it, enjoy the crafting system, continue to be self-found. Well, I mean, isn't that like, you know, buying jewelry with my own money if I can afford it? I guess I consider that to be self-found, right? Wait, what? Oh, wait. I don't want that one. That's the one. I do not have any rings off of any rabbits. I mean, yeah, I guess I'm not purely, truly, fully solo self-found because I have bought things from other players. Haven't I? Not solo self-found, but self-found. Okay, so then yeah, self-found, group found, I guess is more probably truer to what these playthroughs are. Because I don't want to not be able to interact with other players. Like I do want to experience that part of the game. I just don't want to be like, the goal is just to not be given anything that would be outside of the realm of what a player would experience were they to, you know, not have any twinked advantages or anything like that. So then that's the question. Then what mats do I need? What mats do I need? Let me look this up. Let me look this up. Let me take y'all's advice while I rest. Jewel crafting. I want Dex. Hey, hold on one sec, guys. What gives Dex? Hey, hey, bud. No, I've just got Shalazam pulled up over here. But I don't see anything that gives Dex. I see Constitution. Nickel. Nickel. Nickel is tier 3. Oh, okay. Well, great. I'm right on the verge of getting nickel. Yeah, and I like for now I'm cool with just like entry level stuff. Like I just want something in the slots right now. Just something in the slots. Brass. Man, the Orc Highway is busy. I guess I need to start being a little more intentional about well, Alinar, that's how I would expect it to work. Naturally, that if you start mining something, you just stealth automatically cancels. I think we could probably make it work like that right now. So I need brass. So brass. A brass ingot. I need 3 copper nuggets and zinc, and I would need a skill of 36. Oh boy. That's gonna be a hot minute. Yeah, I'm not worried about making the, I'm not worried about actually making the jewelry. I just need to know what ingredients I need so that I can hand it to a jewel crafter and say, here, make me things. Oh man, I'm so jealous. I would love to be able to buy that set of 36 effectiveness harvesting tools. Oh my goodness, it would be nice. Woo! Heard through the grapevine that Waylay is much less effective than backstab. Waylay got a little bit of a buff last patch, so... And I've got Rip Smack. So I'm definitely stuck into the Waylay world right now. One sec. Hold on, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. My my boys were playing upstairs very rowdily, which is fine, but I wasn't sure if it was coming through on the stream, so I went up just to kind of check on them, set some ground rules. My oldest is 15, my youngest is 8, so I have to just be a little aware, you know, of the, you know, rowdy is great, but just I don't want anybody like getting an arm broken or you know, something like that while I'm streaming. So went to check on that, and then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and just use the bathroom and grab a quick snack while I'm up. So I did that and helped put a couple of quick groceries away. Anyway, it was a cascade, so I apologize, but we're good. The boys are boying and we're good. I know, right? How's the session going? Dying or grinding? Well, the session's been good. I am dying more than I'm grinding right now. My experience has moved backwards. I wish I could keep these. I will make brass jewelry for 20 silver a piece. Is 20 silver a piece decent? Okay. Well then. Yeah, let's, I mean, listen. Oh, we have to drop these. Oh. I don't have quick reply bound, I don't think. I don't know. P? Okay, let's go get a group. Let's go get a group. Oh, wait, we can do Madron spiders, right? Those are pretty good experience, I've heard. Ooh, see? Lethal. Yeah, lethal. Lethal knows. Yeah, let's do it. Okay. We're gonna go Mad Run. And level 16 to 21 is the level range. What stat, which pieces do you want? Wait, does the brass tier jewelry, is it just a single stat? Okay, so we got healer. I guess I mean, you want to do tank or do you want to do? I'm on 0. Yeah, because Synlytic has a 17 monk, so yeah, you could come in on tank. You want to be wild on necro, perfect. Senpai. Okay. Do I need rings? I'm actually going to keep that ring. You were promised Necro gameplay. I know. We're going to do Necro. We have to hit 18. We have to. I think we've got our group. We've got Glorfun. Okay, cool. So Glorfun tank. Thank you, Glorf. Senpai. 17 monk. We've got 17 druid, healer. Me. And I guess 2 wizards. Alinar and Joker. Or Bjorn. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Bjorn. Yes. So Bjorn, and then I'm going to pick up Ymara, since they are present and accounted for. Sorry, Bjorn. Yes, Bjorn. So we're waiting on... We've got Senpai and Glorf and... Oh, Senpai. Yep, there's Senpai. And then I should probably be running. What is their name? I don't understand. Is it IL? All right. Battalion, yes, we just finished. I think we finished. I've tried IL, I've tried LL. Well, they weren't the last person who messaged me. Hey, what's up, Yeezy? Okay, so we have a tank coming. We've got a level... Glorf's coming on the Dire Lord, level 17 Dire Lord. That means we have, I guess, 1 spot left. Wait. No, we don't. Never mind, we're full. Once Glorf gets here, we're full. Sorry, guys. My brain is scattered. What I want to be able to do, instead of like cycling, well, I mean, yeah, cycling through replies is fine, but I want to be able to just like click on a person's name and it populate, you know, in the chat. What I also need to know, is there any rogue loot that drops in the hatchery? Oh, there's a mod for that, is there? Cool. I see. You guys do understand that I need to kill this this skirmisher real quick. I think that goes without saying, obviously, but... Oh no. Oh. No. Oh, I didn't realize. Yep. I'm going to keep Spirit of Wolf on. I'm going to, you know what? The occasional drive-by buff that's non-combat related, like it's not giving me a combat boost, I'm going to keep it on for travel purposes. A very nice spear drops in the hatchery. I bet it's my Ichor Scorched Partisan. What are the plans to bring fun back to the game? I mean, we just need to hit that fun button. What do you mean by fun? What is fun to you? How do you define fun? With the addition of mounts, how do you foresee Stuck Bind? Will it eventually be removed? Oh, yeah. Stuck Bind is in game right now just because there's enough potential for... I mean, granted, yeah, it can definitely be abused. But there's enough potential for issues where you get stuck and, you know, something unexpected and unintended happens. So it'll definitely eventually get removed. We're looking at and considering ideas for, like, you know, kind of that return to bind item or thing like that, that all players can have. Something somewhat equivalent to a Hearthstone, you know, on like a super long cooldown. Couple hours, you know, something like that. An hour or two. But the question of like bringing fun back to the game, or like if you are someone that feels like the fun is lacking, I mean, obviously it's a really broad question. It's really subjective in a lot of ways, but I think the upcoming stuff we're doing with the unification of NPCs and some of the changes we're making with loot, experience gain, just kind of the general accessibility of the game opening up. I think that's going to help a lot of the fun. I mean, the fun that I had last night, for example, on Fiflo, my warrior, it was really fun. And that's with some of these things still, you know, obviously not being in yet. 2, 4, 6, 8, 80 silver. Okay, I will need change. Yo, Forlorn Peter, good to see you. It's been a minute. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Oh, it's Fallion, that's why. It's Fallion. That's why I wasn't able to send him any messages. Ooh, look at these. Look at the dexterity. Huh. Oh yeah. That's hot. That's hot right there. W Crafters. Yeah, it worked. I just grabbed my gold from here and dropped it right in. Forlorn Peter says, hey, Joppa, just checking in to see how the Berserker class is coming along. Keep up the great work. Yes, yes, yes. I like entertaining those questions because I think while there are absolutely trolls out there, first of all, I know Dickie's not a troll. Because I think you can genuinely have gripes and criticisms and things like that with the game and voice them and not be trolling. But if it's somebody that I don't know as well or I don't recognize, I still will typically entertain those because you just never know. Just never know. And the last thing you want is to feel like somebody that is directly representing the game just, dismisses you outright or anything like that. Because, can definitely... And it's also a bit of curiosity because if someone says like, hey, I just don't feel like the game's fun, I want to understand that, There we go. My brand new jewelry. Well, yeah, so Dickie, 100% agree with you on the knockbacks. That's something that we're going to address. 100% agree with you on the way it feels with the overabundance of Iron-Willed trait, specifically towards our CC classes. So I can speak to both of those things, specifically referencing conversations that we've had internally recently about wanting to address those very things. Also, the overabundance of CC in Blackrose Keep from the NPCs, so always being, stunned, mezzed, things like that. That's all going to be improved. Yeah, no, Turin, you're definitely right. I wish that Sinister Strikes had like a built-in opportunity bonus, like opportunity regen bonus. Like I'm okay using, you know, you build up your, you want to get back in stealth quickly from fight to fight. You build up opportunity. You use Sinister Strikes with max opportunity when you can. But then once you do that, would be awesome if like you had this burst of I don't know, like an improved opportunity generation rate, so you could build back up to that Shadowfall or whatever you want to do more quickly. That's something that I'm consistently not. That's one of the few things with the rogue that I would say that I'm not really super a fan of. Is like you hit that, you wait, you wait, you wait, and then it's like finally, you know, now I can engage. And that's something Mastery could further improve, right? So we include that in as a baseline. So while Sinister Strike is active, you know, you have a 50% bonus to your opportunity regen speed. And maybe through Mastery, you could bump that up to like 100%. So you get like double the rate. That would be really cool, I think. It would definitely help with the flow. Experience is moving a little bit, guys. Experience is moving a little bit. What? Don't make me not want to get on the Necro, please. Come on now. That would just not be nice. That'd be mean. You got me over here. I mean, it's chat's fault. It's completely chat's fault. You got me over here, like, within inches of the Ichor Scorched Partisan. You got me humming, experience-wise. This is chat's fault. You know? Hey, Schoolied. Yeah. It's exciting. It is exciting. That snowball is real. It's very real. Whoa, Senpai's... Wait, I gotta see this. Wait, hold on. What are we looking at weapon-wise here? Okay. What do you have main hand, Senpai? Is that, Is it... Well, yeah, I don't know. Spider Monkey, yes. Hurt Stick. What's the fist weapon, though? The Battle Glove, okay. Yeah. Ooh, that wizard DPS. My goodness. Wizards are smoking. I do like this fighting this area because there's nice little ledges and places for me to get up higher off the ground, so I don't have to like jump as much to do my Shadowfall. Wait, whoa, whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. Oh, let me take my... No, we have a druid in the group, so I can leave that on. Yeah, that's from our group. Let's see. You've chosen a build that isn't efficient on opportunity usage. Opportunity isn't an issue. You're using 8 opportunity before even starting combat. Okay, so, well, yes. So I guess that's more... well, yes. And my beef with the opportunity... So, like, right now, I want to engage this target. If I want to engage it with, you know, kind of a maximal opener, then I have to, you know, I want to build up full opportunity, which is easy enough because you just sit and stealth in between pulls and you build up your opportunity. So, assuming that you have 4 opportunity to go into a fight, use Sinister Strikes, you use all 4 opportunity. If I then want to use Shadowfall, which I just do, like the reality is, like, it's an ability that I want to use. Like, I want that to be, that is a cool, and it's a cool ability, and I, as a rogue, I want to use it. So even if we have to tweak it and kind of refine it a little bit. So I want to open with Shadowfall. Shadowfall costs 3 opportunity, 2, 3. But it's honestly, the only issue I have is, like, how long it takes for a rogue to set up. Now, I will say this, and I have to remind myself of this every time we get onto this topic. As we make these upcoming changes and time to kill increases, part of the kind of tension and the consternation that I can feel is, like, especially in a group like this, the mob's already, like, half health before I can even do it. So there's, like, this FOMO factor that makes it hard to feel like I have to wait to use it. That may not be the case as much when the time comes. Oh yeah, Battalion. We definitely will have item linking. That's a big one on the list of things we want to get in. For sure. Okay. Chosen that route. Yeah, that's fine. I have. You want more opportunity? There's another route. That's my point. That's your decision. I use Shadowfall in a different environment because it uses so much opportunity. It's not an opener. If you give us more opportunity, I'm going to be doing lots more DPS. Hmm. Yeah, well, and just it's probably a good moment to put out a disclaimer. We have a system, a system of good practice in place when it comes to actually making changes to classes. So when we're having these discussions and I say something like, it'd be really cool if using Sinister Strikes had this kind of bonus to opportunity generation while the effect lasted, that's absolutely something I'm going to bring to the table. But our process involves, really a design kind of think tank whenever we want to make changes like that. So don't hear me say something like that and then expect that that's what's going to happen. Because it needs to be vetted by more minds and put it through its paces. But it's just what I'm feeling in this moment, like. And yeah, and that's why I mentioned mastery, because it could very well be that some of these things, instead of being baseline changes, if you like me feel like, man, I'd love for Shadowfall to become something more that can be used as an opener and be a little bit more wieldy, then that should be, something that you can do. Or at least I feel like that would be a cool kind of angle. It'd be a cool angle. And it's not even so much really a problem with Shadowfall, is it? Like, it's more like there's this inherent wind-up built into Sinister Strikes. And Sinister Strikes is a really nice thing to have. And it's kind of like... I mean, that's just such a big bonus. But yeah, when you use it, you're, I don't know. Something about it just doesn't feel quite right. Yeah, but even if I don't use Shadowfall, I'm still... If I use Sinister Strikes, I use all 4 of my opportunity. Like, if I use Sinister Strikes in this next fight, all 4 opportunities lost. So whether I build backup opportunity for Shadowfall, or I build back opportunity for, the... Getting a Bloodletter and... I mean, that's 3 opportunity needed just to use these 2 abilities. Not to mention any additional opportunity potentially to, like, use something like an escape or... So, like, here, so Sinister Strikes, wait to get at least 3, come out of the gate with, a strong hit, Bloodletter, everything's resisted, so it's great. Oh, this thing's red, never mind, that's why. I'm lucky to just do anything this fight. But I think the key is, like, I want to have options. Like, I want to be able to have options. And have those options just kind of flow a little bit better. There are so many things that use opportunity. And yes, if we provide too much opportunity, then Are we good? We might not be good, guys. We'll stand and fight till the very end, though. I was getting a little bit too comfortable with the direction that my experience was going. So, thankfully, something came in and kind of got us back on track. You know? Necro should be able to solo this, though, yeah? Look at this absolute Chad. Look at this Chad. Woo! You can get me up if you right-click me. You can get me up. If you right-click me right now, you can get me up. No! Oh, no! No, it's okay. I had like one tick of like life left. It's all good. You just finished saving your own skin. I probably would have been distracted as well. Ever thought about removing auto attacks and putting in more attacks? No. I don't want to go too far down that road. Too much constant input needed, you know. Hey, Mr. Keen. Kind of missed this game. What's the max level now? You can get to level 50, yeah. We can just buff Necro and delete Summoner. Sorry, I just saw that message, 70. That's definitely a take. I'm sure the Summoners wouldn't mind. Hey, Dennis, thank you so much for hanging out, man. And Dennis, if you're still there, I don't know if you're still there, but your question, are there any plans to add higher level solo or non-group mobs to Silent Plains? The answer is absolutely yes, because before too long, there aren't going to be any solo group distinction mobs anymore. It's going to be just more like what level are they and can you take them? We can I mean, what we were doing outside of the hatchery, though, was great. Like that, we can definitely keep going there like that. Well, considering state of the mobs are soloable, no, but it will very much be related to the consideration system, because once we make this change, that's going to be kind of the trigger of whether you would be able to solo something or not. In other words, right now you have, you know, gray through red con, but you have a solo category and a group category. Once we unify everything, you will have a gray through red con, and the higher color con, the more into needing a full group territory you get. And the lower color con, the more likely you are going to be able to solo whatever it is. Yeah. Hey, there is the man, the myth, the legend, Convo himself. I tried to call you back earlier. You called me, and then you made me feel terrible about missing your call, so I called you back, and you didn't answer. So, what's that? What's that? Hey, Crit. What's up? Good to see you. We just got wrecked in Mad Run. The hatchery. Wrecked. Did we lose someone? No, I think Glorf just was bound somewhere really far away. Hey, Lazy Crate. I don't think I need a summon anymore, do I? I'm just gonna drag it. Come on, little friend. Follow me. Follow me. Wait, does that not work for you guys? What? What? It was far? Oh. That's true. I've noticed that maybe it's a vertical thing, because I have noticed that horizontally, or maybe that's, I guess that's the right way to say it, but that, yeah, like the distance, the range is really tight. Yeah, sorry. I have a tendency to do that. I don't know why. I just loot my corpse empty and can't get a res. I don't know why. I mean, I do it to trigger you guys. That's why I do it, but yeah. You'll come back to play after mob rework? Nice. Good. Good. Let's see. Okay. Where is it? Are we all here except for Glorf? It's probably, I probably shouldn't just chill out standing in the middle of everything over there. Let me get somewhere off the beaten path. Oh. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, Battalion, you missed the conversation about darkness we had earlier because, yeah, it's crazy. It's Vanta black. It's not just black, it's Vanta black. It's literally like there's no information. It's just black. You think the darkness is at a perfect level? Ooh. I think it's too dark. I think this is too dark. This is not like it's just black. Like there's no nothing. It's just, you know. Now, so don't get me wrong, like, if you're underground in some cave or crypt or, you know, whatever, then sure, you know, let it be that dark. Rely on your light sources and rely on, you know, moving together and whatnot. But when you're running around up top, out in the world, and, you know, moon's out, and I mean, even if the moon wasn't out, like, yeah, I think that's a good, that's kind of where I'm coming from, is like, it's not so much that it's like the level of darkness, even though it is, I mean, it's ridiculously dark. I mean, it literally is just a slate black, pitch black covering. But, you know, the darkness that's represented in the horizon, if there were more fore and mid-ground detail visible, then I think it'd be fine. But you need to be able to see, like, what's going on in the environment, you know? In the general overland, we will have places where you can't see without enough and the right kind of light. But in the general overworld, you know. You know, nighttime, and Convo can speak to this. I mean, it's a lot of the kind of the inspiration and a lot of the ideas around nighttime he's kind of been the engine for, and a lot of it has always been about not so much that we want nighttime to just be oppressively dark, but more we want nighttime to be like dangerous and interesting, because different things happen at night. Different kinds of NPCs spawn, different events, you know, access to different and new places. Like, that's what we want to be special about nighttime in Pantheon. We do, I mean, darkness is a part of it, but not so dark that it's like, hey, Mr. Ranger. Ah. A little better. I can see. Yeah. Yeah, caves, crypts, underground mine shafts. You know, those are the places where it's like, okay, yeah, this is really dark. Like, we really need to be mindful of our light sources here, but at the risk of saying it yet again, the general overworld and the reality is, like, this degree of darkness that you're seeing right now was not intended. It wasn't on purpose. This is we made some changes to lighting in general leading up to Wildblood, because specifically in Silent Plains there were several issues with the horizon and some of the environmental kind of the atmospheric effects. So we made some changes that had kind of a broader effect. So it's not even that this was intentional. So poor guy. Yeah. Counterfletch, that's true too. I feel you on that one. Let's check it out. Here we go. Does that even work? Show ability visual effects? Is that just my own? Surely that's not just my own. What? Come on now. Come on now. That's like the opposite of what we need. I need... Oh, no, wait. Oh, maybe... Wait. Okay. Now I'm starting to understand. It was still showing the ones that were finishing rendering, or still had like render lifetime. Got it. It's starting to get light outside. Ah. Lone Dog, I'm not going to give a full list. And there will be at least two tiers of night vision quality beyond the baseline. I mean, you know, essentially you could liken it to infravision versus ultravision, that kind of a deal. I can say, for example, that halflings and elves will have the equivalent of infravision, that kind of a thing. And I'm not saying infravision because that's what it's going to be, or like that's how it's going to look, but more just as kind of a call out for that layer, that tier. And then you'll have, I'll give you two other ones that I can say for sure. Dark Myr and Arkai will both have kind of the whatever the ultravision equivalent will be. Now, I have not omitted, don't read too much into omitting. I'm just only going to comment on those. I want to get back kind of focused on what I want to do to actually contribute to these fights. If I use Sinister Strike and then just go straight in, as long as I get Corrosive Brew on the target, I will feel like I'm meaningfully contributing. Man, the experience here is cracked. Like, let's be honest. It is cracked. What are my thoughts on the Rogue? My thoughts on the Rogue, my honest thoughts on the Rogue as it stands right now is that I feel like I'm on the verge of liking it a lot. But if I'm being totally honest, there are a few things that are kind of holding it back from kind of reaching that point where I'm like, man, this like this is the class I want to play. You know, I'm on the verge of liking it a lot. So what are those things? One of them is definitely the issue that we've talked about just earlier, which is like, and Fuso, you know, Fuso's aware of this. Fuso's doing the majority of like the balancing, and you know, he's kind of my main point of contact to kind of chat through potential changes. And when it comes to classes, like I'm much more of like the concept side, like what's the kind of the vision and the concept of the classes, and Fuso's much more of like the okay, how does this actually going to work? And also usually the one to say like full concept, but you know, I don't know. So, but anyway, the thing with the Rogue that I'm feeling most right now is that flow where I want to have a little bit more flow without so much prep time. But probably I would love to be able to like shift what I'm doing more fluidly, where like right now, and Mark and I, Fuso and I were actually talking about this and all of us, Codeman, Neff, like just in the context of a design call, we were talking through, I was mentioning to you guys earlier, like escaping, and like rogues have some pretty cool escape moves, but they don't have any real way to use them because you need opportunity to use them, and you're so limited on how to gain opportunity that, you know, you just now I'm not a top 1% rogue, of course, so I'm sure there are people who have figured it out, you know, and probably could say, well, that's not true. But what I'm trying to remember, guys, is this, and I want to just encourage you all to think this way a little bit if you're not already. For Pantheon to survive, for Pantheon to thrive, you need the 1%ers, you need the 0.1%ers who absolutely gorge themselves on the class mechanics and go down the crazy rabbit holes and figure out, you know, the exact optimal meta and get their execution down to a science. You need that, but you also need the people that just love playing MMOs and want to pick up a class and play it and don't need to have all of this like arcane knowledge. The class needs to kind of have a good kind of fluid flow to it before it gives way to the depths of the skill play. At least to a degree, and I would say with something like the Rogue, I think a little more than it has right now. So the things that are keeping the Rogue from being like a true S tier for me at the moment are these categories, these three things. Number one, got to bounce for Wacko Wednesday ASAP. What? Taco Tuesday, Wacko Wednesday. Zoran. Your allegiance. I know he already said so, but I'm choosing this moment to really dig into it. Level 18. You create the problems and Fuso has to figure out how to make them work. Got it. I mean, kind of. It's a little more, I would say it's a little more, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Complementary than that? Like, it's a little more synergistic than that? And I would also say it's more like Fuso's there to kind of cut the problems off at the pass. So it's more about like where concept meets implementation. And it's not a zero-sum game. I mean, it's not like, you know, there isn't, you know, there's crossover and whatnot, but it's like, yeah, Fuso's really good at hearing an idea, a concept, and it's not even so much of a I like that or I don't like that. It's more of like, okay, well, given, you know, these other things that this class can do and this, that, and the other, you know, then yeah, that could work well, or could see that working well versus well, when you consider this and that, then, you know, that would completely like imbalance this class in this way or that way, or what. It's more that kind of stuff. He's basically the no guy. Yeah, I think that's fair. He's basically the no guy. Like, that's just not gonna work, you know. Or he's either the no guy or he's the guy that's like, okay, well, we could achieve that by doing this or that. That's more what it comes down to usually. And then yeah, there's definitely times where he keeps me from making you guys overpowered all the time. By the way, Zoran, enjoy Wacko Wednesday. Enjoy it. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. But the three categories that keep Rogue from being S tier for me are the Rogue's fine. Yeah, let's get the other Rogue. Vandals? Okay. Oh, wait. Wait, who are we bringing? We've got Vandals and then... What do we need? Do we need another healer or do we need DPS? What do you guys want? Because battalions... Okay. I think it sounds like Vandals was already... I think Vandals... I'm confused. You guys tell me. Who am I inviting? Am I inviting Battalion or Vandals? Did somebody already claim it? While they answer, I'll finish the thought. 3 things keep it from S tier. Often can't use their escape abilities. The flow of opportunity. And the third one for me is stealth. And stealth just not having like a really solid identity yet and a really clear... Like I've largely defined what stealth was going to be, and because of the way that the aggro system works with sight, smell, and sound, and also because of concealment and awareness, I can't tell you what's actually happening in stealth. It's earmarked for us to like sit down and peel back all the layers and like figure the friggin' thing out. Again, from the ground up, essentially. That's... Yeah, I'm gonna invite Vandals. Vandals is invited. Whereas really what stealth should be and how stealth should work is, I mean, essentially, I think that's something WoW did really well. I feel like stealth, the WoW rogue stealth, and the way it interacted with other, just how the mechanics worked, it was just really clean, really clear. You just knew kind of how it worked. So that's my third category. Okay, Vandals is out. Battalion, do we want DPS? Healer, CC, what do we want? No, Battalion, Vandals can't come. He's gotta leave. So I would say bring a DPS then. Bring DPS, Battalion. I will say the Mez aspect of CC Rogues have felt amazing when I played. Seriously, an incredible class role paired with Enchanter, restricted when solo CC. Yep. And that's really what I always wanted for them was that, I mean, Rogues, I would say Rogues are probably the embodiment of the very first and arguably best embodiment of the whole vision for flexing within the concept of a game like this, where you don't have just all-out role swapping, but you have classes that, and that's why, and I know a lot of people say like, you know, limited action set, throw shade at limited action set, and I get it for a lot of reasons, but it's one of the main functions of the limited action set is to allow for somewhat managed flexing so that we don't end up with these full roll, like roll fluidity. Bing Boom Pop, you got a job, but you figured it out. You said the core problem with Rogue, PS WoW Rogues move faster and stealth while Pantheon Rogues crawl and get left behind in stealth. Yeah, I agree with that too. Yeah, well, and this is the fruit of, you know, actually having the time to put into really playing these classes, I mean, authentically, is that, you know, I'm gaining eyes to see, as it were. Little? There we go. You guys with your IL names. You're like Kyle. Yeah, that's the plan. My goal is to play all of our classes up to level 30 as quickly as I can. Well, you know, not. I mean, I do have to work, and I can't not work on the game to play it. Even though, my gosh, like lately it's been harder and harder not to do that. But that's my goal, as quickly as I can. Joppa, that reminds me of a WoW story. Warriors complained they did not do enough DPS. A player showed himself soloing high-end content non-stop without healing or taking a break because he understood how all the talents worked. Then they nerfed these two major unused talents down that he used versus what the bulk of the warrior classes used. They nerfed him. What's the moral of that story, the Wickershire? Like, what are you saying there? With respect to the rogue conversation, I don't think you should be opening with Sinister Strikes and then waiting for your opportunity to refill to engage. I like to open, then get back to full opportunity before using Sinister Strikes, so you're maximizing attacks when Sinister Strikes up. So wait, but how? What am I missing there? Like, they made him a designer and named multiplied. Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about now. I got you. Yeah. Yep. Hey, Lone Dog, that's awesome. Good to hear. That's a good story arc to hear. Understandable, but I'm really glad to hear that. And that snowball's rolling, man, so I think those good vibes are only gonna grow. Only gonna grow. Hey, look, a Tooth of the Apex is being sold for 5 mithril. Only 5 mithril. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So when you say you don't open with Sinister Strikes, does that mean you're just what, using kick, like relying on kick? So you engage, and then just kick your way back up to full opportunity before you use it? Is that what we're talking about here? Is that like takes on a 12-second cooldown? So by the time you get Sinister Strikes back, well, unless you're not using let's simplify this. Yeah, I know it's Black Moon money. I know. Let's simplify this. Are most of the rogue mains out there not using Sinister Strike at full opportunity? Let's start there. Yeah, the funding was, that was like the funding wasn't like a make or break thing as far as like, you know, had that funding come in, we wouldn't be able to make the game or anything, but the funding and then the significant amount of funding is, you know, makes all the difference in terms of like how we're able to finally like really like blow the doors open for accelerating and being able to work on multiple things concurrently and have lots of irons in the fire. And I was just such a game changer. Such a game changer, my goodness. Yeah, I had cast haste on VR, that's right. That is it. Which is what we've wanted all along. Haste us. So if all rogues are using Sinister Strikes at full opportunity, then the rogues that are not opening with Sinister Strikes are building back up to full opportunity during combat. Yeah, Shepard, that's awesome. Thank you. Thanks for the grats. It really feels like 2025 and maybe some of 2026 is about getting the major systems in place so that the devs can start building all the areas more rapidly. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 2026. Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't gonna say it. I wasn't gonna say it. I didn't say anything. I didn't even open my mouth. Guys, what am I gonna do when the YouTube VOD of this stream goes up and it has a Necromancer thumbnail? Random, but it just kind of hit me. Oh yeah, I guess I could just change the thumbnail. Yeah. Yep. And the description. Before this stream's over, though, please understand, we are going to get on the Necro. We are going to get the Nightbane robes. I don't remember how much experience I had towards level 10. If I had any, I'm pretty sure I lost most of it towards the end of the stream. Yes. I know, the experience monster has me in a chokehold. That's a good way to put it. That's very true. Peltmaster Kane is up. Get your skinning thingy. Gankologist? Wait, is that gank? Is that gank? Look at this perfect little ledge here for shadow falling. Joppa, when I was leveling my rogue to level 50, I went for maximum overall DPS. I never used both Sinister Strikes and Shadowfall immediately on the same pull. Look at the cooldown for Shadowfall and Sinister Strikes. I would rotate between packs of mobs or pulls. One pack I would open with Shadowfall, the next pack I would open with Sinister Strikes. Okay. No, I haven't gotten the robe yet. It's ready to... Well, the quest for it is ready to advance. I've gotten all the 3 ingredients. And that's where I left off. I just can't help but think that things on the rogue are going to feel so much better when TTK is longer. When things like Shadowfall, things like Sinister Strikes, they actually have time to refresh. I just, that's part of what's making the rogue feel kind of off right now, for sure. The game is so fun, but the grind is tough. I think having more quests with actual decent experience rewards would help some, and give players who may not be able to commit to a group something to do, not necessarily crafting quests. Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, even just don't overestimate, or don't underestimate rather, the joy that's going to come. So let me put it this way, right? Like, these last few characters I've been playing, I have been playing the game legit, authentically, been playing from scratch, and playing with a very, trying to maintain a strict code of like what I accept and what I do and various things. And if I'm being completely transparent, completely honest, the first, so from Chansey to Beanseeker, the first 2, the Enchanter and the Summoner, I was not having a great time. Was not having a great time. Something shifted with the rogue. Now, people will say to me, and people have said to me, the rogue is one of the more finished classes. The rogue is one of the more finished, as one of the more finished kind of suites of abilities and mechanics, and it's an interesting class and all this kind of stuff. And that's very true. And certainly compared to the Summoner for sure, but even the Necromancer to a degree, or I'm sorry, the Enchanter to a degree, there are still significant things missing, right? Like Charm, for example, would have made Summoner a whole lot more interesting. Enchanter. I keep saying the wrong things. I'm going somewhere with this as well. I can get all my thoughts together. But things started going up with Rogue. Why? Well, one of the reasons why is because, again, the Rogue, yes, a little more fleshed out, more interesting, things like that. But the Rogue was the first time that I had like a tangible goal. The Ripsmack became pretty early enough in the Rogue journey, became this like fixation, this goal, and achieving it and it being the kind of item that made a felt difference in my experience playing, it kind of took everything to a new level. That's when, I mean, my reaction to that moment, to getting this weapon, and like it was legitimate. It was legitimate. It was a lot of excitement. And then from that point on, the Necro, I'm a sucker for the Necromancer. I love the class. I love everything about it. And so it was me playing a class that I really, really love. There's this built-in kind of joy and energy and excitement about it. And then the Nightbane Robes. The Nightbane Robes became like, okay, I've got a goal. I've got something I'm shooting for. But not last night, 2 nights ago, when I started Fifilo, the warrior, that is when I would say my enjoyment and excitement for Pantheon probably peaked. And let me explain. Before people jump in and say, you're only level 5. And like I said, I'm going somewhere with this. This is all going to eventually circle back to the statement that was made. Let me find it. The game is so fun, but the grind is tough. I think having more quests with actual decent experience rewards would help. Some give players who may not be able to commit to a group something to do. I don't want to spoil, too much of what happened on Fifilo, and I also don't want to like aggrandize it and make it ridiculous, but I'm learning something about myself while I'm doing these class runs, guys. And what I'm learning is that I'm in a stage of life where my gaming sessions are very erratic. Very erratic. I don't always have time, outside of like, ultimately time that I have to sacrifice from other areas to really just work longer and work deeper on Pantheon, and now actually spend time playing Pantheon more. But what I'm learning about myself is that I probably enjoy soloing at this stage in my life, in my MMO career, more than I ever have. I'm realizing that about myself. And I think it kind of helped me put some pieces together of why I was struggling with Pantheon a little bit. Because to the degree that I feel like my only way of progressing is having to, get in really long group sessions. I was struggling with that. I was struggling with that. The only way to progress or get like an item upgrade or, you know, anything of that sort. So anyway, I'm taking too long to say what I'm trying to say. What I experienced on the Warrior was for the first time being able to find some itemization that gave me a sense of progression that I felt like I had reasonable access to without needing to find a group and do that. Does that make sense? Wait, where am I? Whoops. There's a more profound way to say it, because it has all felt, you know, somewhat profound. And it goes back to the question that Diggy asked a long time ago, which is like, when's the fun coming back to the game? And I think the reason why it's tough is because it's just become one of those interesting things where people will hear solo, and it's like it's just like, I don't know. I don't really understand it. Because again, I don't think there's a better example than EverQuest of how soloing exists in and can exist in and even complements group-centric games. And the reason it does is because when you can solo to some degree and have some meaningful enjoyment or progression soloing, it means that you're actually online and in the world and able to group. One of the things that hurts group-centric games is that, lo and behold, you need people to group with. And I can't tell you how many times I've heard from people in real life, like my own like real-life friends that play Pantheon, to, you know, reading it in random comments or having people send me messages or whatever it may be, where they're like, yeah, I just got tired of like spending 30 minutes to an hour trying to find a group and there's nothing else I can do. Or yeah, I could go grind experience for a while and barely see the experience bar move with no hope of actually anything coming from it. I have heard that so many times. And it should, you know, ultimately, for anyone that's interested in Pantheon being successful and having staying power and thriving and all that stuff, like that matters, you know? Like those kinds of feelings matter. Like, because at the end of the day, like what, you know, who, anyway. Hopefully that all makes sense. I think, to your point, Shepard, I think nostalgia is interesting because it actually took me a long time to see it too. But if I really go back through my EQ days and I really follow nostalgia all the way back and start remembering and work to remember you know, I did solo Dorn Beden for his little dagger. I did solo the Elite Null Guards to get a spiked collar. I did do the Stein of Mogok quest solo. And the list goes on of things that I actually did not in a group. And what that means is not only were there things that I could chase and reach for, but the fact that there were means that I spent time in group areas by myself. Sometimes it's because I couldn't get a group, couldn't find one, and sometimes it was because I was playing a class that I just really enjoyed soloing on. And again, the point is not, when I'm saying these things, I'm purposefully beating this point and like really emphasizing this, not because it's like now solo is the whole point or anything like that. It's because I feel like we've got work to do to kind of swing our mindsets a little bit back the other direction, where we don't feel like the group-centric nature of Pantheon is threatened by making the game world more accessible for more types of players. And yeah, Shepard, I agree. Like, EQ soloing was a ton of fun. It was challenging, and that's something that we've talked about internally a little bit too. It's a point that Scott made. Scott Potter, one of our newest designers, who I love, who's awesome, such a cool dude, and got a great mind. But you know, we talk about challenge in MMOs and challenge in Pantheon specifically, and that it doesn't have to be just challenge in relation to a group. It needs to be challenge in relation to groups, but it's also, there is a fun in challenging yourself to what you can do by yourself. There's something really interesting and fun about that, or in a duo, you know, or a trio. Anyway. I'm okay with not progressing every time I play. Yeah, I mean, you know, yeah, I'm not saying that if you can only log in for 30 minutes, you know, every single time you log in and play for only 30 minutes, you should feel like you progress necessarily. But at the same time, it just depends on how you define progression. Like, I loved playing this rogue of mine off stream for a little bit and getting a little bit of experience. Going to, like, I think that's why, honestly, I haven't had this thought before, maybe I'm off, but if you track all the people that say, man, the game was really fun up to level 20, why? Well, maybe because there's actually content in the game that people can play without needing to be in a full group that actually has some itemization that advances their character. Maybe that's why it felt fun. Maybe the fact that Orc Highway exists and the Morvaki exists, maybe that's part of the reason. And once that dries up, people are like, you know, Gecko Ravine. Gecko Ravine. The Lars camp. The Lars camp was fun. Like, I got wrecked, but it was fun. And the reason why it was fun is because there was a spawn there that actually dropped stuff that I could get just plunking around on my rogue, seeing what I could pull off. Like, that was fun. Halnir Cave in the Ripsmack camp was a ton of fun. I'm enjoying this right now. This is really fun. Like, what we're doing here. Even though these guys are largely letting me just kind of, you know, half play. Anyway. This is my first time grouping with a paladin. So I'm interested to see how this goes. Paladins are super busted. Enjoy the ride. I have heard whispers of such things. We'll get it right. We'll get it right. We will get it. Oh, look at this pet with... the gavel. Gavel on the pet is a quite the flex. Quite the flex. Oh, I'm sure. Oh, yeah. No, I know you did. I never doubted that. That is hilarious. Finn! Bro, thank you so much, Finn. Thank you, thank you. 20 months. Thank you, my friend. Okay, so let's think here. As juicy as this is, we need some time for the necro. I'm just trying to think when we want to switch over. In 5 minutes. Thoughts about tanking on warrior and leather gear? Have I thought about this? No, not well. It depends on what you mean. Do you mean like in-game tanking? Sorry, Battalion. I'm not sure. I'm not sure where you're coming from on it. Are you asking like, do I think warriors should be able to effectively tank in leather if they choose to only wear leather? Or are you saying like, what are you saying? Oh, when does plate gear start to drop? Plate gear should start to drop in the 30s. Late 20s, early 30s. Don't have an ETA on that yet, Sumo. Well, you have chain, so chain kind of exists as your step up from leather, and we do as part of the upcoming like dev blogs coming up in December. We'll be talking a little bit about some stat changes and things like that. Part of those being, you know, continuing to refine AC and where the different armor types live. So don't count chain out. But yeah, plate, I really want plate to be kind of a prestigious thing. Like when you see someone in plate mail, these are the kind of things we really want as much as we can to capture that felt so good and powerful in EQ as these kind of like sticky classic RPG, classic MMO kind of ideas where it's like you see someone go out and about in plate mail, then, you know, hold on to your butts. Yeah, Tabby, I hear you. Chain definitely needs a little love. Chain needs some love. Performance-wise and visually. The thing I mean, Chain to me has always been the least interesting version of armor, for sure, so... But the thing with Chain is that I think Chain can actually look pretty cool if you have little bits of, like, plated sections or, you know, leather inlaid sections and things to kind of break up just the full chain. So I definitely think there's some cool things we can do stylistically with Chain to make it fashion questy. Yeah, we're getting to that time of day where Storm Mona usually, like, starts having problems. I think making mastery a bit of a time sink would allow faster soloing 1 to 50 without trivializing the full journey. Scale mail for sure, yeah. Yes. Yes. Battalion, yes. Thought this was the Necro stream. Totally. Yes, it was intended to be and is still going to be momentarily. We are switching to the Necromancer shortly. In fact, is this a good time to do that, guys? Now that Glorf's back? If you guys wanted to keep going? The lag is really bad right now. You guys are gonna switch charts? Okay. Okay. Well, then let's do that. I'm gonna do that. Guys, thank you so much for the group. This is awesome. Like, we're definitely coming back here next time. Because... oh my goodness. Alright, we're gonna switch over to the Necro. Here we go. Jason, we are in the midst of the Summoner kind of revamp, the Summoner Pass right now to update that class thoroughly. So, yeah, more info coming on that soon. Guys, this might be a good opportunity for me to stretch my legs quick, refill my drink. So I'm going to do that while we transition. Well, actually, hold on. Let's see what's going to happen here. Let's wait for Stormona Zero to come back up. Hey, Kurgan, you heading out? Thanks so much for being here, man. Good to see you again. We'll see you soon. Soon. You guys are hilarious. Reading Discord never fails. Never fails. Okay. Is the dev team aware that cloaks and belts are sparse? Yeah. Yes. All right, we're getting on Storm 101. We're not waiting. We're not waiting. Level 18. All right, here we go. Oh, I'm excited. Oh, I'm excited. Wow, we were so close to 10 too. We must have been like crazy close. Oh man. What's our bone chip situation? Not great. I am so excited to be back on this class, guys. I love Necro so much. Pet name. Level 8. Nah, that'll do. Okay. Why am I so slow? Oh, because I don't have... oh yeah. Okay. Now the stream begins. We just started streaming. Zotac. Okay, I am going to chill right here for just a sec. I'm going to hit the restroom, get a refresh, and then I'll be back, and it'll be time to lock in. Hope you're ready. Back. All right. It's still nighttime. Great. Good. Which means it's probably going to be daytime when we zone over, right? Cashews. Macadamia nuts. Almonds. Oop. Almonds. Pecan. Is that it? Yep, that's it. Elevated mixed nuts is what it's called. Elevated. Hey, Oren. What's up, my friend? Good to see you, man. It's going well. To be clear, when I say I'm excited about the Necro, I do not mean in any way any commentary about the class as it stands right now. I am referring purely to just my general abiding love of this class in general. And in that sense, my excitement to play it, know it, learn it, to then be able to continue to help shape it into what it needs to be. When I play a Necromancer for, you know, I mean, out of all the years that I played EverQuest, I would say probably that Necromancer is likely to be the class that I spent the most time on overall. And so there's something when I play a Necromancer, because there's not many games that have Necromancers, like true, like a Necromancer. When I play one, I feel like I am just swimming in this kind of the annals of my MMO life. And so it's a super like cozy class for me. Thematically. And even in the state that it's in right now in Pantheon, there are enough similarities and enough kind of, you know, shared vibes that it feels all the more like home. So I'm just excited about the class. I'm excited to see it take more shape. I've already been having some additional kind of conceptual ideas and thoughts about various things that are just getting me more and more excited. Anyway, I don't have a key, but I'm going to climb this. And now I'm going to leave. Glorf, I'm so sorry. No, we with the lag that was happening, and I needed to step away for a sec, and I needed to make sure we got back on the Necro in time to, you know, get some time on the Necro. We decided to call it quits. I'm sorry, man. But I did say, as long as you guys are up for it, and whoever else is available when the time comes, like that spot, that's the spot. And have you guys been telling me that? Yes. Yes. I love Necro on mine right now. Been leveling him a bit lately. Nice. I'm a druid at heart, though. I need to level 1 in Pantheon. Yeah, hey, druid is a good time. Like, druid's in a really good place right now, too. $70. Why does Stormona 0 seem to go down in the same place? Because there is an issue, and I think, in fact, it is somewhat related to load, but it's more over time thing than it is like, you know, the server can't handle like a full load of players. It's more that the more players and the more load, the quicker whatever it is kind of builds up. But there is an issue that they are needing to find and figure out what causes that kind of build up and that dump to happen, you know, later in the day each day. Sinister Sin. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is our opportunity to recapture the Bard magic, yes. Bard will be a thing. Gloriously so. What am I doing? Oh yeah, now I remember. Yeah, you bet 70. Totally not. Heard. We're going. We are going. Sorry guys, I need to do a better job of giving heads up. I apologize for that. For like switching characters. I will take the ding. Where's the water? I'm finally seeing what I hear people saying all the time. Where they don't have their water's not rendering. Yeah, I don't know if I trust you, Glorf. I don't know if I trust that statement. It's tempting now, though, that you've said it. Okay. Here we are. Love the Bard class, but please don't bring back Carpal Tunnel. No, yeah, we don't plan to bring back the Carpal Tunnel part. Here we go. Ah, you've done well. The heart of the toad, the blood, the mushrooms are here. Now, I will brew the antidote. It is a delicate process, but soon the cure will be ready. What's your name, Delicate? Yeah, but do you feel like the Necro's main focus is as a control and support class only, or will it be able to solo effectively? No, it's meant to... It is meant to be a little more capable of CC than it is currently. It is also meant to actually have support elements. The quintessential example being, you know, not just draining an attribute from a target, but being able to impart that drained attribute to yourself and your group, or at least to your defensive target, things like that. And then we've got to get the pets locked in. The pets are not in a good place. Not really. Not to mention just having pets that actually go all the way up to, you know, level 50. So level 50 necromancers really feel it. And then some of their other kind of, you know, unique spells. So having things like Feign Death, having things like a more effective Lich line. Yeah. Here we go. Oh! Ooh. The process is complete. Here it is, the antidote. Hurry, take this back to Dimith. May it bring them peace and health. Yes, we shall hurry. Come on, Zotac. Make haste. Let us go, Zotac. Look at him. He's just... He doesn't know where he is. Yeah, the Lich line. I can tell you right now. We don't get it till like 14. Which is, you know, on me. That was a decision I made. But it's, I mean, it's fine. Like, whatever. What I'm worried about, though, is that we're going to get it, and I'm going to be like, this sucks. That's what I'm anticipating. That's right. Sit down. Sit down. You guys are telling me that my worry might not be unfounded, huh? Good. Good. Shouldn't those shaman be concerned offended by my control manipulation of that skeleton? Not necessarily. I would say for the Pool of Paths shaman, they would probably be much more offended and responsive to my Dark Murrian nature than... Well, I'll put it this way. Being a Dark Mur Necromancer would probably be enough to put it over the line. A human Necromancer, I think they would probably be a little bit apprehensive. More of a, maybe like a cold stare level. But yeah, if factions were like fully in and turned on and firing, a Darkmoor Necromancer would have a very hard time throughout pretty much this whole area. Nicodemus, I don't do the class balance. No. I'm a part of the discussions. I'm aware. I contribute. But it's not ultimately... That's Fuso. I don't know what SME means. I don't know what that acronym stands for. My role in classes is the concept and kind of the oh, subject matter expert. Okay. Then I would still say that is more, that would be more in like Fuso's category than mine, because again, I'm more of kind of the thematic concept, come up with a lot of the ability ideas, the naming, the progression, make the decision largely around like what's the overall feel and vibe, like if we're going to be pulling inspiration from somewhere, what's that going to be. But like for example, right now Fuso and I are kind of going back and forth on Summoner, and he's put a few ideas forward conceptually that I've chewed on, and some of them I really like and we've incorporated, some of them not as much, or there have been things that I feel like could be like a down the road or kind of an addition to the Summoner kit over time instead of a baseline thing. So yeah. You'd love to see more complexity and interplay with minion construction for Necro. So this might be another one of those places where I'm letting my my general dislike for Vanguard, and don't take offense to that because I didn't play it enough to really have that opinion. I just didn't play it all that much. But I didn't like the Necromancer in Vanguard. I was so sad that the Necro in Vanguard was so different from the EQ Necro. And one of the things I didn't like about it was the abominations. Like, I just thought that was weird. I don't know. I just didn't like it. They felt more like flesh golems to me, which in turn made the Necro just kind of take on a weird feel. Who named the spiky poker of stabbing? I don't know, not me. But what I do think would be cool, because so I'm a sucker for skeletons. You guys know how, I mean, you guys know me and skeletons. I love skeletons. Whatever, you know. When I think Necromancer, I think skeletons. But what I could see, I mean, I don't know. Hold on. Take this back to Demeth. Do I just throw it? Where was this lady again? Oh, I remember. I remember now. I am exhausted. Yeah, no, I did honestly remember. It was the one up here by the... And I'm proud of that. Proud that I remember that. Yeah, Tanhawk, you were not wrong. spiky poker of stabbing. That's funny. Codeman, since Codeman's been working on itemization, I've got to say, like, you can ask Convo, and there's a couple of others on the team that probably know this about me, but I can be like really like anal about naming, and he's done a really good job. Like, pretty much every name that he's come up with for itemization since he's been working on it, I've been like, that's really cool. Like, I'll see people, you know, auctioning lists of items that they want to buy or sell, and they're things that I didn't make, and, you know, I've seen like on a spreadsheet or I've seen in a document, but they haven't kind of become ingrained in my head yet, and I'll read the list and be like, man, that's cool. That sounds really cool. That's an item I would like to have. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has come. You've returned the antidote. It's our salvation. Thank you, brave traveler. Our village is safe once more. Please accept this gift on behalf of the villagers of Dimmoth. Now, what I will say, and I feel kind of bad for this, I have no idea what this antidote is for. I've forgotten that. But, oh, do you think this will ding us? Probably not. Oh. Wow. What? I think I saw it move. Maybe. Okay. Guys. It's time. Let me just say something. And I mean this. These are the moments where I become more convinced that we are making a good game. Because for you guys to enjoy and play the game as much as you do, when all of the moments that are meant to be visually epic are like this, and yet you still play, and you still enjoy, and you still are excited, that tells me that we're you know, because oh my goodness, well, I'm still happy. I'm still excited because we accomplished that. We did that. And I'm just imagining that that is a, you know, a blue robe with like dark, you know, dark accents or something like that. Something. That's what we'll imagine together. Crazy. Well, that wasn't great. That's well said. A brown shirt with a waist cloak. Yes. You can also phrase it that way. You just need the corduroy pants. That's right. That's right. That's so funny. I don't know what's funnier. Is this gonna ding us? And then, you know what? A hair's width of experience growth, or the big reveal. The big reveal. Oh my goodness. Our newer horses are much better. Okay. We need to hit level 10. What do we get at level 10? What do we get at level 10? Life Leech, that's awesome. Noxious Vapors, that's awesome. Putrefy is an upgrade to... Sicken, and then we get Hungry Earth. Let's sell. I don't know if I even have enough money to buy a new spell. A single new spell. We should not have a cracked staff in the game that doesn't sell for at least like a gold. Or maybe not a gold, but like, I don't know. A couple silver, something. 5 silver, something exciting. $11 silver, so... Oh... Am I right in assuming that I don't... Well, no. We do. We do have necro trainers here, don't we? I placed them. But where were they? Were they over here? Dire Lord's up here, right? Nope, that's the Underman. There's Dire Lords. Near the Alchemaniac. Oren, thank you so much for that. Thank you for that. Yeah, I am gonna pass, but it is not a passing that is without appreciation. Let's get our level 10 trait. We've got enough money for maybe 2. Yeah, yeah. No. Okay. It's all good. We'll just come right back. See, that's what I should look like. That's what it should look like. It should have been the darker one. That would have been better. That's what I'm talking about. Oh! It's fine. Hey, Joppa, recently Blockamel was merged into Havensong due to closeness to Australia, but many months ago, all of the Australians moved to Stormona and have played there to level 50. I stayed behind and waited for Savior. I've tried leveling fresh on Stormona, but the time investment to level a 50 druid again is too steep. Asked for a transfer, but got the reply to wait for release. Could you please consider an option for transfers to Stormona, where there's a population to sustain us? I will mention it. Yes. Hey, Thorzen. Where do we want to go? Where do we want to go? Man, I would love to be able to level at these bandit camps over here, you know? I will say, you know, it's easy to forget. And I don't know. It's hard to, well, it's not hard to explain. Just now seeing that person run up through there. I did a lot of world building in AVP, and I made this pass specifically with the thought in mind of I'm excited for players to find this kind of alternate little pathway up into the Dragon Shrine, the Dragonhead Shrine. And I don't know, just little moments where you see that happening. And it's just cool. Like, just a reminder that, you know, you guys, as you play and exist in this world, how rewarding it is, like, and as I now play and exist in it. And it's fun because I get the enjoyment of experiencing what other of, I'm gonna die, what other of our world builders have done, you know, that I get to enjoy and taste. It's cool. It's cool. Yeah, McJeff. The asps would destroy me. I don't know where I'm going. We should probably... Oh, no, I do. Yeah, I do. I was coming over here to the trappers. Just to get some EXP flowing while we think about what we want to do. If there's any up. Yep, looks like there's. Cool. Ooh. Getting a little bit of PTSD, to be honest, being back here, because my goodness. We all remember what happened last time. Yeah, I'm on shard 1. I am on shard 1. Okay, these guys are blue, blue, blue. Maybe we should, you know? Quick save, what's up? If I can clear a few of these out, then we can try to take on that level 12. I just think I'm going to need to kite it a little bit. So I want to have room to do that without getting into a whole heap of trouble. I think I'm okay with Bolt, though. I did get a wild spell kill, so... Or no, maybe that was on the rogue. Oh my. Maybe that was on the rogue. Maybe I have been just blissfully waiting for my absolute obliteration. Yeah. That scared, that terrified me just then, turning and seeing. Okay. Okay. So, Necromancer talk for a second. How many of you guys use fear? You're a monster within during a typical kind of round of combat. or typical bout. If you're soloing. If you're soloing. Yep. Oh. Whew. I usually sneeze so much louder than that. I spared you all. Okay. Oh, yeah, well, now my key bindings are... Yep. Yep. Okay. We're good. We're good. Wayward Trapper, level 12. Here we go. Maybe we wait. Maybe we wait. Dad sneezes are extra loud for no reason. I mean, I do. I play mine up a lot. Like, I sneeze purposely loud, and I like yell and like say crazy gibberish when I do it. Part of it is I've developed a habit of doing it because it makes my kids laugh, or it did when they were younger. My oldest now is like, Dad, oh my gosh. But you know. Here we go. So like this kind of... Yes, go and tick. Run and tick. Dude, I love Necromancer so friggin' much. Oh my goodness. Just that right there. That 5 seconds of goodness. Feared dotted. Feared ticking away. They are out of their mind, being just decimated by dots. I love it. Dohan. Symbiosum, the day will come. The day will come where bard progress will be discussed. Follow or lead with a root? Yeah. That'll be cool too. I'm excited to get root. All right. It's time. Isn't there there's a rare that spawns in here, right? That drops something decent? Let me just run back in here and check and die. Yes, yes. This cave also lacks a cave lighting volume. Very bright cave. can handle level 12, right? Yeah. Hello, friend. Hello, friend. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Nice. I'm gonna take a quick bash to the face. Oh, yes, yeah. See, life taps getting resisted is a... Whoop. Yeah, okay. If we die here, it's because I'm terrible at the game. This is a very, very winnable fight. Nice. Nice. Dicky, no. No, I did not. Ooh, okay. Hello. Pet? 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 Thank you. Zotak's gonna need to put in work on this fight. He's gonna need to put in some serious work. Oh. Zotak. Okay. Your work is done now. Your work is finished. The life tap resists. I'm kind of holding my breath right now. No. Okay. Oh yeah, my target. I mean, yeah, why wouldn't it be down there? You know? Perfect place. Look at that. Look at this. I remember now I started changing some of this up and didn't finish. Did I didn't buy my pet hill, did I? Now I am realizing that the pet hill is actually something you want to have. Do I want things rarer than that? No. No, absolutely not. In fact, I want to have rare items like that. I guess you're not talking to me, by the way. So, I shouldn't be responding to you as if you are talking to me directly, but I'm okay with there being items in the game that take a really, really long time to camp and get, but not the majority of them. Not that long. No way. There's your weapons that there's your items that are what you would think of as like progressional items. Progressional items. So things like this robe I just got. Things like, you know, I have a shawl right now without stats on it. I would like to eventually get a shawl item that has stats on it and have access to, you know, decent upgrades. Like decent. Again, it's as simple as going back to like the some of the True North, you know, type comparisons. Like I should be able to relatively easily get minor progressional upgrade items. I should have a little more of a difficult time and need to be a little more intentional to get specific items that are more substantial upgrade items. There should be items that I essentially need a full group to get, like the things that drop off of Nashra, the things that drop off the Thief of Eternity in Elner Cave, the things that drop off the Usharuk, or why is the name escaping me? I'm not saying it because I don't want hints. Oh well, the werewolf boss. I don't know why I can't think of him. The Wycan. There should be things that drop like that where maybe I'm a good deal higher level and I'm the right kind of class with the right kind of gear and skill, and maybe I can, you know, solo or duo those bosses, whatever. There needs to be that, and then there needs to be your glowing black stone items, your items that like you just decide, you know what, I'm just gonna park here until I get this thing. There needs to be those too. But right now, the majority of items in this game are like the majority. Especially once you get past a certain level, the majority of the items that everybody wants, they're the kind of items that you are just, yeah, I mean, you're hundreds and hundreds of hours in potentially to getting those, and that's just, that's not what we want. Duskfiend. No. Why did I come here? Why did I run to the village? I remember now. We came here to get the pet heal and to hopefully have enough to get the other level 10 spell as well. We shall see. Is Necro getting rework? Reworked is probably too strong. The Necro has several tweaks and improvements, and also has some gaps in its ability kit that are coming. Yep. Summoner first, though. Okay. Renew bones. Perfect. That's nice and cheap. And then we can get... I guess... I mean, this... We definitely want this, but I would rather get the upgraded dot first if we have to make a call. I don't know, though. Man, slow is going to be really nice. It's okay. We need it all anyway, so we'll just... This is fine. Cradu! Hey, Cradu. Thank you so much. Appreciate that Prime sub. Big time. Thank you, my friend. Thank you, thank you. Yep. Yeah, Malkel, that is a good way to put it. I'm excited. That's one of the dev blogs coming up. When was it again? When was it? Check here. $12.22. $12.22. Some of this stuff too, and I know it's not, I mean, and I can appreciate it more now than ever, you know, that it's not necessarily good to hear this or something that makes you happy to hear. But some things are helpful to us in respect to just good data. Like, for example, how rare does something really have to be for it to be really rare? And when you're seeing things like Battalion saying, like, it, you know, which again, I don't necessarily know the veracity of this statement truly, and RNG is always RNG, but, you know, 5,000 kills to get a burning hair, like, that's pretty rare. Like, that's pretty rare, and that gives us good data. And as we actually look at the data that we have, and really, I'm just pulling that up as an example, but like when we really lock in on essentially the average amount of time in between those items dropping, that gives us a good sense of like, okay, like how rare do mastery shards need to be? How rare do epic and legendary and mythic grade items need to be, and things like that. Yeah. Well, and see, that is exactly what's missing. Right now, yeah, to see somebody running around with an epic grade item or a legendary item, you know, you see someone running around with Cinder Cleave or the Cutlass, or, you know, we're going to be fixing bow staffs soon enough, but so I know people don't necessarily like using the mana infused bow staff, but seeing these things, like, it's really cool. The problem is right now you're either getting those things, or there's really not anything that you're getting. You know, like past a certain point, which is again goes back to that idea of why people have really been enjoying Pantheon up to like level 20, because hold on, my wife just walked in, so I wanted to hear this comment. My first time here watching, and my first look, I was like, Papa Smurf is playing. Hold on, guys. Okay. What was I saying? Yeah, going back to that statement of like level 1 to 15, 1 to 20 is fun. I know that it's not, I know I keep coming back to this, and this is not the only reason, of course, but I can't help but even now injecting my own most recent fresh experience. Getting Rip Smack was awesome. But if every single reasonably desirable item is like that, then I think I don't think that's the right way to go. I think it's going to come down to, because ideally the way it should be is going after these more valuable items and these more rare and epic grade items and above should be a decision that you make if you want to do that. You shouldn't have to do that. That's all I'm really trying to say, is like, to progress and feel like you're meaningfully progressing on your character and you're generally happy about how you're growing in strength and in that stuff, there should be pathways and avenues to do that that are, you know, a little more accessible. But if you really want like the best of the best stuff, or you want even just a few grades above, there should also be, you know, obviously things like that as well that you can go after and lock in and try to get. And that way you preserve the idea of, you know, seeing somebody run by with a cutlass or a brace of claws or something like that, and you're like, man, like that is sick, you know, because you understand like that took some work, that took some time, that took some dedication to get that, but you yourself don't feel like you have to do that, unless you want to. Like that, I think that's what's missing right now, is that kind of spectrum of, you know, and that's how it was for me in EQ. I mean, my goodness, like I was a level 50 cleric once in EQ, and I didn't have full ethereal mist plate, but some clerics did. Lots of clerics did. There were quite a few who didn't, you know. And honestly, especially when I was younger, and I would equate my younger self to more of like I guess a casual person, a casual MMO player of today's day and age, like Most of my time spent EQ was not raiding. Like I rarely raided in EQ. I was an alt player. I loved playing alts, and I was happy to be playing an alt and have, you know, let's get my cleric kitted out with, you know, a bloodstained tunic and some rune mithril bracers and savant's cap, and you know, if I'm feeling really fancy, you know, spring for some golden Afridi boots and whatnot, and I'm good to go. You know, like I don't need the water sprinkler. I never personally held a water sprinkler. And that was okay. I was fine with that. But there were other things that I could get. And there was also the occasional cool random thing, like, again, glowing black stone, fishbone earring, like these things that were like, hey, if you want to take 8 hours on a Saturday and just go for something, then there are things you can do that with. Yep. Well said, Finn. For me and my playstyle, the key lies in the options. I have routes to still incrementally progress. Ding! And gain shinies and whatnot, but I also want and enjoy options that do require serious time investment. Yep. I don't like it when the false dilemma is presented that you can't do both. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly it. And it's the same, I think, kind of thing when soloing comes up. The idea of soloing as a legitimate way to play an MMO that is still a group-centric MMO. It can be the same there, where it feels like it's this dichotomous situation where you can't have a group-centric game and have soloing. You can't have meaningful, you know, identity-laden itemization and have more accessible paths of incremental progression. You absolutely can. Because yeah, like when I made it a goal and set out to get a full set of rubicite armor, that took a lot of time. That was painful, but I loved that was there and that existed, and I loved and still love the fact that I mean I have a character with full rubicite. In 2025, I have a character. Yes, it's an emulator server, all that, but I have a character with full rubicite armor. Like, I love that. But that's not what I want to be doing all the time. So, again, what's the true north? The true north is ultimately it's routes, it's options, multiple route options. Yeah, I see you too, Kikalik. I've been noticing you. I've been eyeing you. I see you. Look at you with your fancy stuff. My goodness. Fancy shield and tooth. Looking good. Looking good. Stop that! You know I can't get buffs. I just play, it's all good. I know. I can desummon him. I can get rid of him. Oh, and let's there we go. Let me figure out my key bindings here. Okay. True North is Canada. Canada is North. You're right. Grats, big homie. Thank you. Totally not. Level 10 feels good. The key, though, is we need some cash. The rest of our spells. Our intellect, that's actually... Oh, yeah, that's right. We had crazy intellect when we started out with this character. Dark Mirror kind of cracked. What's the quest line and where does it begin? Will Necro get a charm undead? Yes. Oh yeah, Flange. Yeah. There are definitely some interesting parallels with WoW Classics itemization as well that while not directly what we're going for, there are still some really good like parallels in certain cases. This feels very stupid to engage in this fight right now, but it is what it is. I can't help but want to try these things out. Let's get all of our dots on here. Be using this, right? Woo! I mean, okay, like that. Hey, that was cool. Having a little moment here. That was kind of cool. I can already feel like when the verse undead and the undead aspects of the Necromancer kind of as they fill out a little bit more, it's going to be really fun to fight skeletons. But yeah, Flange, I think there's some interesting parallels with WoW that we definitely are drawing from to a degree as we're thinking through this stuff. I think blue items in WoW are a good example of they were still quite iconic. Okay, okay, we're good. They were still quite iconic. Herod's Shoulder, Whirlwind Axe, you know, these are things I mean, that was a quested item, I think, but I could sit here and rattle off a few of them, which is, you know, I mean, that's important because you don't want them to be like forgettable. And you had green items under that were much more readily available. Those are the kind of things that, you know, like... But ultimately, I think our direction, and again, we'll talk more about this soon, but where we've kind of ended up leaning is, you know, if you imagine a world in which there were no uncommons, there were no uncommons anymore. The things that drop that are like +1 or whatever. And then you imagine that there are, throughout our different content areas, more named NPCs, more rare spawns, named spawns. And when an item drops that is an item that can be found, you know, in that fashion, or a comparable crafted item, that the baseline item power or item, the stats of an item would be closer to what our current rare items are like. So when you do get an upgrade of some kind, it's substantial. But the rare and epic and mythic items, those types of things, well, I mean, mythic items and even epic items are probably going to be more like raid oriented, but you imagine kind of the step up from that being the stuff that, you know, drops off your major bosses, stuff that, you know, kind of like your pinnacle blue / purple items at the end of like a WoW instance or something like that, where it's like you're going to fight this specific thing for this specific boss for this specific item, hoping to get a specific item. Like, that's still obviously going to be very much intact, just as it is now, but there's going to be more general stuff that you can just hunt for and get. I think it's going to be amazing. Well, take out the uncommon rank there. So it's like, if you remove our current uncommons, take our current rares, and rares are anything that drop off of like non-major bosses. So the stuff that Hisser drops, the stuff that Ash Baron drops, the stuff that Uzzhead drops. These are going to be the kind of things that, with a unified NPC type, are going to be the new... That's just kind of what things are going to be. Like, items that you can drop and craft will be of that tier. And then, when you're talking about your Usharuks and your... Wycans and Nashras and the like, that's where you're getting into now what is going to be kind of an elevated, or the new, I guess, rare tier. More genuinely rare. Harder to get. You know what I mean? Oh, the rare's brown. No. No. I mean, they can be. If you guys want them to be, they can be, yeah. And the key generally is to make this new kind of rare, or I'm sorry, this new... I hate the naming of stuff. That's why ultimately I think having like some color coding or some gemstone or some symbol related iconography to go with the items is just helpful, because it's just helpful. There's few reasons why WoW did any of the things that it did, but that's one of the ones that there's a good reason. I'm like petrified to try to do anything at night right now. I think it makes sense. the color coding. I think it makes sense. I mean, it doesn't have to be color because again, I mean, yeah, there are people that are colorblind and whatnot. So what we'll probably end up doing is more of a symbol. It'll probably still have some color coding to it, but uh-oh, I'm asleep. But you'd also be able to recognize it without the color. Man, these things hurt. It's a Chevron NPC, guys. I just noticed. Oh my goodness, and there's another one. Oh man. I was gonna fear it, and then my brain short-circuited, and I just ran. Oh, I ran. Flowing black silk sash, yeah, great example. Short sword of the Akesha, great example. Yes, my goodness, yes. Imp skin glove, savant's cat, dwarven work boots, like the whole 9 yards. Like, so often there were groups in there camping those things. And then there were also, I saw monks soloing the Frenzied Ghoul. I saw paladins soloing the Lord, the Ghoul Lord. Like, that's what I want, guys. Like, that's what I want, is that level of like, yes. Yes. But then what will happen in Pantheon? So here's what I believe will be an even step further better, is then on top of that foundation, we then have our instanced major encounter stuff. That's like, especially if we get Infamy in play, that gives us a route to truly mythical items that are like, this is friggin' hard. Like, this is, if it's a major encounter, this is like full group required. Really finessed execution. If you're gonna, that's the beauty of being able to, where EverQuest kind of left off, and what we can absolutely do is bring in this like instanced kind of curated intensity of challenge where we want to. So it's like, as we're broadening and kind of opening up the accessibility of the game world as a whole in the ways that I'm describing, and we'll break down even further soon, we also have the opportunity to like ramp up the highest tier and types of difficulty, as hard, make it as hard as we want to, because it's understood like this is intended to be like crazy hard. All right, guys. We've been going at this 5.5 hours. I could keep going. Like, I'm getting a little frustrated, to be honest, with the nighttime, because it feels like every 50 some odd minutes, I just have to stop, which, where have I heard that before? It's not like anyone's said that or mentioned that feeling. But aside from that, well, I don't know for sure. I don't want to say for sure because I don't know. Things could change, but I'm kind of feeling like a cozy stream Friday for devoted to the Necromancer to kind of keep pushing this guy along. We shall see. But guys, be prepared. If for whatever reason I don't see you again Friday or, you know, during another kind of stream before next week, starting next week, there's an insane amount of information coming out, and all the stuff that we've been dancing around, you guys are going to be able to read it in cold, hard detail. And then that cold, hard detail is what we are going to be discussing on stream starting next week. And it's very possible next week that I might actually do a few more streams than usual, just because it's kind of like an event, you know? Like, this is kind of a little event for us as a development team, and we're pumping out stuff daily. There's going to be a lot to talk about. So, anyway. So, with that said, and I hate to break up the discussion because this is a really good discussion. But with that said, we're going to stop here for today. I will put it on blast if we do another stream or, you know, put up another video or whatever between now and next time. But at the very least, I'll see you guys on Monday, if not before. Wednesday's my birthday. If you want to hold on to the Berserker announcement until then, that would be great. Hey, I appreciate that, Forlorn Peter. That's very generous. Very generous of you. Very generous. But guys, thank you so much. Subs, follows, being here, chatting. Thank you for the memberships. YouTube guys, thank you so much. This is so fun. It's so fun. Thanks for making it an awesome time. I'll see you guys again soon. Probably talk to you on Discord maybe as well. But until then, take care. Stay safe, take care, have fun. I'll probably see you running around a game. And until next time, as they say, that is a wrap, my friends. See you soon.